Oh, right. Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. Okay, cool. There we go. All right, Killing Mike.
Like it's so clear cut, so familiar with the process. If it's all undone, nothing but a blemish. You go. You've barely left home, and I can feel the pullback. Not like you didn't know, feeling the resistance.
Hey, hey, hey. What's going on? That was the music video. Hey, if you go watch it on the YouTube channel, it's a little smoother. I don't know what the deal is if Reaper's having some issues dealing with it or whatnot, because there's a little bit of jitteriness in there, which isn't on the actual final. So sorry about that. But anyway, I wanted to load it in Reaper so I could actually, talk about it, move around and stuff. Although, interestingly enough, does that just play if I click? What if I double click? No. That was weird. I wonder why it played. Oh, because it was still playing back. Yeah, that makes total sense. Okay, cool. And then if you do that, that's where it'll start. So I'll start from the back. And then if I move forward, I can get to the actual frame I want. Because I was trying to look at how to move frame by frame, but in Reaper, it's not as easy as one might think, because Reaper predominantly is based in audio, obviously. Anyway, what's going on? What's up, Bruce? What's up, Audiophiles? Hello, Juan. C Nows. What's happening? Zimmer Payne, welcome back. Gal Bob's, Cal Weird. What's going on? What's going on? Just Daryl, what's going on? So anyway, I guess I really didn't really have any kind of crazy format figured out for this, and I kind of did that on purpose because I just wanted to see what would happen, you know? So first shot. So the first shot is I built this. You can see my mouse. Excellent. So I built the box. I built everything in here in Blender. The whole music video was made in Blender. I just gotten this new thing called Cable Raider. And so I was able to make cables, and you can put textures and stuff on there with this thing called, it's like PBR 1000 or something like that. It's on Blender Market. You can get it, and like it's this creator who just created like thousands of materials, like woods and metals and all kinds of stuff. And so any shape that you make, you can put anything on it. So I think this was like a, scratched up vinyl or something, scratched up like, reflective vinyl. And then these other three pipes emitted. And, when I first started making this video, I wasn't really, I knew I knew sort of what I wanted to do. I wanted it to feel sort of like how it ended up feeling, but I wasn't too I was so much more concerned, sort of like what the album is right now. It's like I was so much more concerned with trying to figure out a workflow and working quickly. So it's like a lot of the decisions I made were really, it's like I wanted to do something that looked cool or whatever, but like I wanted it to be as quick as possible. So some of the things I started noticing afterward, it's like I didn't even notice, but then it's like you start seeing patterns and stuff. And it's interesting. We'll get more into that as we go along and whatnot. But so the very first shot is this alert screen, and I tried different things. Like this was going to be like a screen, right? Like it's kind of like a big video screen, and the alert ended up down here in the bottom left. And I tried putting like other stuff on it, but for some reason, seeing the reflection of the room and then what you're seeing, how it's reflected back, and then you see her, and then it's reflected back, is this sort of glass window of the box ship that she's in. And I just really thought it was cool seeing like sort of like the reflections going back and forth. So I ended up not putting anything else on there, even though I was thinking about maybe doing that at the beginning. So the first shot goes like that. Kind of moves up. Our subject is revealed, asleep, motionless. But the alert has happened. Okay, so then we go to the next shot here. And this was the very first like animation I did of a model in Blender. And as I went through and was animating all of this, like I was getting better and better with animating, because obviously I'd never done it before. So it's like as I was going through, I was getting better with like moving the actual model around and places where you start versus where you finish, how it animates in between those frames and everything like that. But so toward the end, I was like thinking, I wonder if I should go reanimate like those first couple shots, because I know so much more now about it, and I could make it a lot smoother and whatnot. And I was like, no, leave it, because it's like, it's sort of like the genesis of her. It's the genesis of me animating. It's the genesis of Genesis of Genesis. And so I left it. And so it's this that right there. How it's this weird like she kind of just like it's like and then how she like turns her head like okay, and then so we get up here, and then this is where sort of like the film stuff comes into play. So I'm using a lens here, which I think is like, I don't remember what it is. It's something like a 50 millimeter or something like that. And I'm using depth of field and the aperture settings to let as much light in as I want to have a really nice black background. And then it's kind of blurry. Let's see, I got to go backwards, right? So yeah, so it starts off with her and it's in focus. And then as you want the attention to go to this thing that has appeared inside, and she's immediately aware of it. And it's weird. Like it's just weird how so much mythology is kind of just built into us, like genetically, just from like millions of years of living on Earth. It's just so weird, because it's like this over time started to kind of represent sort of like the Garden of Eden, in terms of like she's completely in this sterile environment that's totally pure and nothing is wrong with it. But evil always creeps in. Evil is always there. It's there. It's just always there, and you see it. And then, of course, as is the conundrum, you go, what is that? What is that? That looks interesting. Ah. Anyway, the point is that what this is a, what was it called? It's called, can you tell I didn't prepare? It's called displacement. It's displacement. It's, what kind of displacement is it though? It's a certain type of displacement. I learned it from Default Cube. And what it is you can basically create noise, and noise will create texture, and then you can change how much you want to change that texture. So basically what this is it's a plane, and then I have this little invisible thing here, and the closer you get to it, it like pushes up the plane, and there's a few sliders you can mess with to be how detailed it's going to be, like if it's going to be more like a blob, or if it's going to be very like pointed and gnarly looking or whatever. And then basically I animated this invisible blob down like this, or I animated it up, I can't remember, whichever. And then this plane that is here, that is just like a regular material, it gets distorted by the act of this invisible ball moving down. And so then you can see it moves like that. Okay, so I wanted to stop there. I can't remember how to get it to stop at the end of playback. I assume it's probably in the options. And it's probably under playback. And stop repeat at end of project, stop end of loop. If repeat is disabled. Scroll view to edit cursor on stop. No. I don't want to screw anything up, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to change this too much for what I use for audio stuff. I've already messed with the video settings. I've got to remember to put those back when I'm done. Seeking, maybe? Seek playback, empty area, seek loop and pointers. I don't know. I mean, what we would want is the playhead to follow playback or something. Playback position follows project time base. If the project is in beat, suggesting tempo. No, it's a tempo thing. Envelope point selections. Video and false edits. I wonder if that's it. No. Oh well. I need to go turn that off though. At end of loop. Stop replay in a project. I wonder if it'd be in options. Automatically scroll view. Oh well. What's up, Laura? What's up, Tex? Strato, what's happening? No, it's not volumetric. It's I can't remember. It's but the Default Cube YouTube. That's where I learned it. Learned it from him. So something else I noticed, which became sort of like a theme that I started noticing that I wasn't intentional, but once I saw it, I couldn't stop seeing it, was shapes and stuff. So check this out. Okay, so it's right there, right? The very last frame. Look at this. Do you see anything here? Does that look like something to you? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's only me. But as soon as I saw what that looks like, I was like, dude, like how? That's crazy. That's ridiculous. Yes, it looks like a face, but it looks like a specific face. And then, so that was unintentional. And then, of course, then you interface with it. Boom, touched her. It touched her. It touched her. So then check this out. This was totally unintentional too. Does that look like anything? Like a face, perhaps? And then this face. Does it have anything in common with that face? Like a prehistoric representation of maybe ancestral origin? Anyway, so there's that, which I thought was super interesting because I didn't mean to do it at all.
Like it's so clear cut, so familiar with the process.
Okay, so built the original moon, right? And this is the original, like it was really tough working with this because I built this moon deal basically out of a sphere and then I displaced it. I used displacement to mess with it, make it all look weird. So it was sort of like it was almost a random noise thing. You put this node on it and you start messing with the sliders and it'll like kind of start to warp it and then you can make it sharp or not sharp or whatever. And you can make it pretty detailed. It's pretty awesome. But then this next shot,
like it's so clear cut.
Oh, I had to keep this, by the way, because I ended up using that to explode the thing and I didn't want it to be different shapes. So it's what ended up exploding too, which ended up being kind of a hassle because some of this wasn't really planned. It sort of just worked out the way it was. Now what this is the same sort of idea as the displacement. It's just a plane. That's what's so crazy about Blender is it's just a plane. This is a plane. And then I displaced it and just put it like a noise displacement on it. And so all of this is just random noise, and then it changes the topographical information of the plane, and you can make it as like angular and crazy as you want, or you can make it super smooth. It's super cool. So I just played with that until I felt like, does this look like what it would look like if you went down to that moon? So it's not like you're actually going to that model of the moon and coming down to it. This is just a sort of like a set. I mean, I started really thinking about this in terms of like set design for like a movie or something, is imagining I was just on a big sound stage and I was thinking about, okay, for this shot, what do I actually need? And so, I mean, if you go outside of this plane over here, it kind of just ends on both sides and then it's just black space above and below. And it almost looks like if you were to, it's kind of like a game where it's like if you were to go under this, it would just look completely empty and void, you know, because it's literally just a flat plane that's been distorted. The stars, how I got the stars, I mean, I guess we can go back here. This is actually from a add-on in Blender called Atmosphere. And the reason you would get Atmosphere is because you want a realistic render of what a volumetric atmosphere looks like. And so this dude, this crazy engineer, spent like 2 or 3 years, I think even longer than that, building this add-on where when you're on a surface, you can have the sun anywhere around you and it will shine light through the atmosphere of where you are, depending on what you tell it. So you could act like you're on Earth and it'll look like a sunset. And there was a shot I showed you guys the other day that was like, I did like a flyby thing and it was the same situation. It was like, it's got all these just sliders about like how dense the atmosphere is and like how bright the stars are. And like, it's basically just like there's these things called HDRIs and they're these things you can put around your scene and it sort of makes light reflect off your objects in your scene. And it's great when you're just like working on close-up stuff. But when you actually want to see the environment as a whole, or you want something to be affecting the environment and you need to be able to like look anywhere, it's this Atmosphere add-on is just, it's amazing because it's part of the world. It's not like just a picture that's on the outside that reflects light off of your objects. It's actually the world itself. And then you can tell it, you know, how to look. And so you can change the color of the sun. You can make the sun super big or super small. You can change what kind of star it is. Like it's really, really awesome. Like it's really, I can't overstate how amazing it is because the kind of lighting effects you can get with it, it's like you have control of the universe as far as the sun goes. You don't have to like, if you're looking for that look, if you're looking for the sun to light something up in different densities of atmosphere and stuff like that, it's what you want. Because otherwise it's like you kind of have to make a cube of like volume, which is basically just like fog. And then you kind of resize the cube of its fog sizes and like you, turn that back on. And then you like, it's all, how do I explain it? Like, it's like you have to do everything from scratch and you can never make it look like it's real. I mean, of course, for effect and style, you can do whatever you want. I mean, it could look awesome, but if you really want to get like an atmospheric look, you need a sun with the atmosphere. And like this dude made this thing and it's just absolutely insane. So that's what I used for pretty much all of the lighting. All of the lighting is an actual Atmosphere add-on and it's actually the sun. And then in space, I basically just taken away all of the air. So you've got like, there's no atmosphere, so you have permanent vision. And then he has this stars in it too. And we'll see later on for the shot I used for the actual faster than light travel, it was a different situation altogether. But having that add-on was huge because I was able to light stuff really naturally and just make it work. It was awesome. So you'll see all the planets that they were lit and everything. That was all lit by the sun, and so it all looks right. Like there's no scaling issues, Anyway,
like it's so clear cut.
yeah. Let me go back to this shot. So yeah, that looks kind of like a gorilla, and then this one. This one, right? It's the very last frame. Like it's all warping and weird. And then the very last frame. And what's crazy is I didn't mean to do this. That's what blows my mind about it so much is like, I mean, it's just so is obviously, it's a gorilla, man. That is a gorilla, dude. Like that's so a gorilla. Like I can't even, that is a gorilla, dude. Now that is some kind of weird stormtrooper raccoon thing, but I don't know, but that is definitely a gorilla. It's right there. See, there's the eye, there's the nose, and there's the mouth. A puppy wolf? It does kind of look like a puppy wolf, actually. Well, that's the thing. It's like a Rorschach. It's like it's whatever you see, and pretty much whatever you see at first is what it becomes, because it's just it's just noise. It's literally noise. It's random noise from this invisible marker moving that's displacing the material. And it was actually two. Now that I'm remembering, it was two. I had two invisible objects, whatever. So one was this part and one was this part, and then they kind of just react all around the side of it. Let's see here. So yes, and then we come down to the surface. Let's see. It's kind of a bummer because like it goes to the beginning, so I need to keep remembering to go from the back. So this is just a super simple animation. I built the box.
So familiar with the process.
Okay, so there's another interesting thing to talk about. So you'll see it looks like. Do you notice how the background is almost like vibrating? And it's in this shot too. It's like you can see everything in there. It's vibrating. See how it's like vibrating? And so that's then an actual reflection off of the front. I made the front of it reflective. So it's actually reflecting the rest of the plane and then the sun that's shining. But that weird kind of like flowing, to me, it just started to look like heat. But really what it was just the noise from the rendering out. Because to render out one of these frames to be complete, clean photorealism would have taken many minutes just for one frame. And I mean, we're talking thousands of frames in this music video. So it just wouldn't have been attainable. I wouldn't have been able to accomplish it. There are ways you can do like server farms, and you can upload your files to a server farm and then pay them like a base rate or whatever hourly rate per machine or whatever. And then they can farm out your shots. And films do that, like film studios and stuff do that. And it's super I don't know how cost effective it is, but it's definitely time efficient for sure. But that just wasn't really, it opens up a whole can of worms, because then you have to deal with like your continuity of your like files and make sure everything's right. So I was just like, dude, I don't know. So I spent a large amount of time trying to figure out what was the way I could render it as quickly as possible, have it look as good as possible, but at the same time, not really sacrifice quality, but also, do it in a reasonable amount of time. And this is what I landed on. And it's optics. It's an optics denoiser. And there's a lot of ways you can denoise in Blender now. There's so many ways you can do everything in Blender that it's kind of crazy. Like and there's so like they're updating stuff so fast and all the time. It's like there's not a ton of information or documentation on it or anything like that. And even if there is, it's basically like you'd have to go to college to like learn it all. It's like you'd have to really study for a long time and really get into it. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, I want to release this video. Like, I don't want to, sit here trying to like learn about the efficiencies of denoising in Blender for the next 3 months. And so I kind of tried a couple different things, and then I landed on what this was, and it ended up rendering a frame in about, I think once I got my frames down to 10 seconds per frame, I was like, okay, I'll deal with whatever it gives me if I can do that, if I can do 10 seconds a frame. Because you got to remember, like, I'd be doing, like, dude, it was so sloppy at first. Like, you wouldn't believe it. Like, I wasted so much time rendering out stuff that wasn't usable. Like, whether it was like rendering out at a higher quality. Like, I started rendering stuff out at 4K, and I would leave a shot overnight, and I'd go to sleep, and I'd let it sit all night rendering, and then the shot would be done, and I'd be like, oh, but what if I want to change that? Or like, oh, I don't really like that. And it's just, it got demoralizing really, really fast, because the time it's, I mean, it overwhelms you when you're trying to get like a quality render. It's just like, it's just, it's a bummer. You get really discouraged. And so I was like, I have to alleviate that. Like that is one of the biggest things I learned on this is like, you know, whether I choose to make something stylistically different or what, I have to figure out a way to get the render times down. And so that's what I landed on here. And it actually worked out stylistically for this stuff because the optics rendering, the way it works, it gives everything this weird vibration, like heat look to it. And so for this specific video, it actually worked out really cool. And I really liked how it came out. At first I was going to use it. I don't have any samples now, but I was going to not denoise it at all. And it had this like staticky, like it was this weird staticky look. And I was like, yeah, that might be kind of cool stylistically because it basically had no denoising. So it was just a noisy, grady mess. But then comparing it to this, where this doesn't have pinpoint noise. It's more this weird vibrating kind of thing going on. I was like cool with this, but that's why it looks like that is because that was a completely result of the denoising on the rendering of Blender. And it was actually really interesting. I think this particular denoiser, which made it way faster. I mean, to get 10 seconds per frame, that's insane for like it to look this good and be under 10 seconds. So once I got there, I was great because then I could make like adjustments or changes, or I could actually, you know, render it at like 25% render and it'd render in like, you know, like the whole shot, which is like, you know, 48 frames or something like that. It would render in a couple minutes. And so then I could actually look at the shot and then judge like what I thought of it rather than having to wait all night for the thing to render out and then like be like, oh, that isn't even the shot I wanted. So, what a bummer. So that ended up working out really well. And that was probably the biggest lesson from this whole project that I took away is that figuring out that balance between render time and quality of the actual image and what you can sacrifice to still get the point across. That was huge. And moving forward, I'll be able to be way more efficient in that way. And of course, technology is getting better all the time. So it's awesome. Yeah, so I don't know, like what's super cool is that like she's actually in there. Like the box comes down and it's this reflective glass kind of portal here and she's actually in there. So when you see it do that, basically the window's just opening and she's like getting a look at all the surroundings and like these are all actual models. I mean, I don't know. It's not that big a deal, I guess. But for me, for working on this project for the first time, it was so cool to like actually, this looks like a picture, you know, it strangely looks like a weird picture, but it's like actual models in there. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's super neat to me that we can do that now. It's really awesome. I mean, if you would have told me just a couple years ago that I'd be able to do something like this and do it in a couple weeks, no less. I mean, it's just, I'm stoked with where everything's headed.
If it's all undone.
Okay, super funny thing here. So I had done this box. I had done this whole black box with the thing here, all the cables and stuff like that. I had done this like a couple weeks before I even had the idea for this project. And this is a shout out to Box Cutter. I used Box Cutter to make these cubes and they're all the same cube. I basically made one of them and then I duplicated it over to the 4 and then I just flipped them around. So they're all copies of the same thing. So, but this right here is the actual logo for Box Cutter. Like when you use this special cutting tool in Box Cutter, it's the actual logo when it starts out. It's like the custom cutting tool. And I had no idea. I was like, oh, that's a cool looking cut. So I just started doing all these cuts with that tool, like in the box. It wasn't until like I was like done with the music video that I was like, wait a second, that's Box Cutter's logo. So I've got a nice big old shout out to a Box Cutter here by using their logo for my actual custom cutter on all the boxes and stuff. But Box Cutter is so awesome. Like you can just do amazing things with it. Obviously, it's like all these shapes. This is all real geometry in here. Like it's just incredible. Like you could, like this stuff is so high fidelity. Like you could fly a camera, you could get down to a miniature camera and you could like fly all through here and like all these crazy shapes. You could put like a light right here and it'd have all these crazy shadows. And I mean, that could be like a music video in itself. Like you could do a whole thing just in one of these boxes. So I mean, it's just awesome what Box Cutter is. It's really, really cool software. But I also made this box with Box Cutter. So it's like all these like edges and stuff like that. This kind of stuff is super quick, you know, like and especially once you start to get to know it. And then even like the top here, it's like this glass top thing, but it's so easy. Like you basically make the box, you can hollow it out by like making a cut out of it. And then you just tell the material to be transparent and to act like glass. And then it's like, okay, I'm glass now. And it's crazy. Like it's just insane. I had no idea that we'd be able to do stuff like this. It's nuts.
nothing but a blemish.
Oh yeah, and so like for instance, that shot, very simple, very straightforward. So she touches it and then she activates it and it turns red. And it's literally, it's just the emission of the actual material. So you literally, in one keyframe, you make a keyframe and you say it's this purple color, and then her finger comes down in the animation and touches it, and then you just hit a keyframe and you say, okay, when that happens, I want it to emit red now, and then it emits red at that exact moment that she touches it, and it's like it's like so straightforward. It's like there's a learning curve to like learn it and get it, but it's like once you kind of got the idea of keyframes and stuff like that, it's just like boom, and like you can just do stuff like this, and then and. I mean, there's so much other involved. I don't want to make it seem like it's the simplest thing ever, because like I brought so much experience and skills from just all my experience in the industry and stuff before this to this. Like for instance, like I don't remember what lens this was. I mean, it looks kind of like maybe it's around I don't even want to know. I don't even want to say, like maybe it's like a 20 mil or maybe a 15 mil, and like I've got a pretty serious depth of field on it because this is in focus, but here in the foreground it's not in focus, and in the background it's not really in focus. So it's like there was that idea, and I wanted to kind of have like that Stanley Kubrick symmetry in this shot. So it's like I framed the shot. And like that's the other cool thing too about using Blender, is that you can go around and like frame your shots like in the space, like in the 3D space. You can basically like fly around and like look at all the places you would like shoot from. And doing that in the real environment, it's just such a hassle, because like in a real environment, you're having to like move lights around, and like there's cables everywhere, and like you have to like do so much planning and so much preparation. And in this, it's like you have the set is the ship she's in. I have like lights emitting from the floor and emitting from the ceiling, and then it's like so the environment itself is almost like practically lit. Like I don't have any like fake lights off to the side that are shining, but they're not in the camera view. It's like everything's practically lit. And then you kind of just like go around and you look around and you're like, how does this, oh, this looks cool. Yeah, I'll do it from this angle. And then it's just so straightforward and so easy and so fast. It's just like, God, I just want to do more. Just get me all hyped. I want to do more now. Anyway. So she hits it, it activates it. And then, yeah, it's the evil. She thought it was over, but then she realized it actually got in there. Okay, so that was the same thing as the displacement on the wall. Sorry about my jogging. It's kind of a bummer, but it is what it is. So again, this is one of my favorite shots from the whole video. I remember when I did this shot, I was just like, man, this looks pretty awesome, because it's super in focus here, and then you see the boxes nice and framed, but they're all blurred out in the background, and then how you can just see it just moving around. Yeah, and I remember now, it's coming back. I remember when I rendered it full quality for the first time, because you see it, and when you're working in Blender, everything you can't watch it in real time like this. The closest you can get is if you go to it's like material preview or model preview or something like that, and it looks like this really awful like render of like basically just like the shapes of the geometry a little bit, and you don't see this displacement, because this displacement doesn't, I think, like, I can't remember the technical thing about it, but it's like it only works in the render, like in the cycles render. I don't think it works in Eevee. Yeah, so Eevee is the real-time render engine, and this kind of noise displacement only works on the cycles render. So you can click around on the timeline on Blender, and it'll render like a freeze frame like this, so you can kind of get an idea of like what it's going to look like, but it looks horrible. It's like noisy, and it's awful, and it's really slow. And so I remember the first time I saw this shot, I was just like, how it just like goes like, I was like, yes. But this is the same exact thing. Basically, I put let me see, let me get a little before this. Oh, that's right. The boxes are in focus first. That's right. I forgot about that. That's awesome. Yeah. So the plane that has the noise that's distorting, that is moving up her hand, it is attached to her hand. So you can like parent objects. So I parented this plane to her hand. And then this invisible object, which distorts the plane, I animated that to go across as she's moving her hand up. And so then I made the plane the same material and the same color as her. And so then it looks like it's actually her skin that's like moving, but it's actually a completely different thing. It's just a plane that's distorting with this animated like object. Just add another PC to set up for rendering. You can actually, you can do that. Like you can do somebody was talking about that where basically if I were to load Blender on all of my PCs and I were to have all the same add-ons, I would make my rendering file a file on the network. Like I would make it like a Dropbox folder would be my render folder. And then I would tell all of the computers to render it out. And then it would search for the frame that it's on. And if that frame was already rendered, it would go to the next frame that hasn't been rendered yet. And so you could actually do a sort of makeshift render farm if you have multiple PCs, which is definitely something to think about, especially if I'm going to try to do higher quality in the future. Do you use it in the Substance programs? Not any of the third-party stuff. I love... what is it? I always forget the name of it, but it's the garment. It's the garment maker. I forget what it's called, but it's a subscription platform. And I just knew like that wouldn't be best for me. Oh, it's like Magnificent Designer or something like that. And it's great though. It looks beautiful. And like there are individual developers who are making like clothes makers and stuff for Blender, but I haven't run across one yet that is just killer. And also it's like crazy. Like, it's like there are YouTubers that do, Marvelous Designer. That's what it is. Thank you. They're like, I've seen YouTubers, man, there was this one lady who did this like crazy dress. It was like this, like, I don't even know what period it was from. I want to say like Regency or something, but she built this just magnificent dress in Marvelous Designer. I was like, man, that program is amazing. It was like a 15-hour video. And I mean, like it had all this like lace and like, I mean, it was crazy. It was insane. Like what she was able to do. And then that goes back to the whole thing though. It's like, even if you have the tools, it's like, well, she's obviously like, she's a designer, you know, it's like, she knows what she's doing. So it's like, even if you have the tools to make that stuff, it's like, oh yeah, I could do a toga. Anybody need a toga? I can do a toga, you know? Even that, I wouldn't even know where to like tie the belt thing or whatever for it. So it's like, it's one of those things where like, man, it's like, I'd love to do that. And I'm like, oh yeah, I know nothing about clothes, which is part of the reason the model doesn't have anything on. But no, that stuff's really cool, but I don't use any of the third-party stuff. I'm trying to think of anything third-party that I do use. I don't think I do. I think most of it is, I mean, I do have a lot of third-party add-ons for Blender that are specifically for Blender, but I don't think I use any outside software. Although they're like Substance Painter and stuff like that. I did see there's an add-on that sort of rivals Substance Painter, and I forget what it's called. It's like Mask Paints or something like that. And it's on the Blender market, and like some developer dude like made this incredibly intricate like node process thing where like you can basically like paint substances on your objects and stuff like that. And like he made this like crazy looking tank, and he was able to like paint the tank and then like put all kinds of like grime and dirt and like all the stuff that he just basically painted onto it with texture and what is it, like material and texture and stuff. And it was awesome. And so that stuff's really cool. I mean, like, it's just like, I don't know what to compare it to. It's almost like, I don't know. I mean, there's nothing really like it. I mean, I guess if you were to compare it to Reaper Audio, it's basically like Plugin Boutique or something. It's like, there's just on Blender Market, and there's the Gumroad and other places too, where it's just, there's all these incredibly talented artists and developers that just have built all these tools, incredible things that you would never believe. And it's like $8 or $5 or $20. I mean, some stuff it's like, I know that Blender Guru and his company, Polygon, is that their company? They have like crazy stuff. Like they have like this huge rock pack that you can get for like $400. It's like just all these like photogrammetry rock pack, like all kinds of rocks, like boulders and little rocks and just all different kinds of stones and stuff like that. And like, that's super cool. But yeah, they have they have the whole gamut. What was that? Oh my gosh, another giftage. Yes! Redhead McGarvey, you just got your third month handled. C-Nows, thank you very much. Coming in with another good. Much appreciated indeed. Thank you, C-Nows. Much appreciated indeed. But yeah. So love it. Okay, so there was the shot, and she notices. She's like, "Oh my God, it's inside of me." But then we see I started calling that the apple, and like this sort of like started to represent to me. Now again, I'm gonna kind of talk about this stuff kind of like in sort of an interpretive way, because that's kind of how it became. I wasn't really like, I'm going to have this thing and it's going to be this, and this is what it's going to represent. And then it's all this mythology and it's like all this deep stuff. It was almost like after the fact, like I was like, okay, I basically, when I started the music video, I was like, I want there to be an explosion. Like that was basically the original idea. I want something to explode. And I learned through, what's it called? Fracture. It's like cell fracture. In Blender, there's this thing called cell fracture. And I randomly came across this YouTube tutorial of this guy talking about cell fracture and how to do it. And basically you get an object and you turn it into a rigid body, which is like a body that will interact with other rigid bodies in Blender and in their physics settings. Blender has this incredible physics engine where it's just, so awesome. But you basically turn the thing into a rigid body. And then with this cell fracture thing that's built into Blender, you basically, there's many methods, but the method that I learned from him, which is super awesome, is you basically like draw lines on the object. Well, we can talk about that when we get to the explosion. But anyway, that was the motivation. So, but I started thinking of this as like, this is like the apple. Like this represented like, you know, the fruit from the tree of the good and evil, the knowledge and stuff. Anyway, basically just a sphere that's been completely reflective. I had this thing like, oh yeah, I like this shot too. Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna stop. Yeah, like for years, I don't know what it is, like. I remember back when I was in college and like a buddy had Photoshop, and I was like, I want like, because I was thinking about like, you know, for like an album cover or something, and I was like, I want to have like a sphere that's like reflective, where it's like you can see, like it's like shiny, you know. And this is back when you just couldn't do it, like it just didn't, you know. And I mean, like, you know, the studios that we're doing it were like these big film studios and stuff like that. And even then, I mean, I think if you would look at movies from, you know, years ago, it's like, it didn't really get it. And so there's something about like when I first started using Blender and the fact that you can make shiny spheres and then you can have an environment around them and then you can see the environment. I mean, it's not very obvious here, but, and obviously, you know, I have the denoiser running, so it's not as clean as it could be. If I were to like render this image out, you know, photorealistically, it would look photorealistic, which is, that's the thing, man. It's like, the potential and all this stuff is crazy. Like if I were to re-render this video out like in 4K with like no noise, I don't know how long it would take. It'd probably take years. But anyway, you can see like the lines of the mountains like reflecting like on the sphere. And I have like a few freeze frames of like this shot where it's so beautiful. Like it's just such a gorgeous thing. Because you can see the noise here. You can see like, it almost looks like a grainy old film effect. You can kind of see all over the frame. There's like these weird sort of grains, and it's almost like, oh yeah, I did that for effect. I wanted it to have this like feel, but it's like, no, I did that out of necessity because it was taking so long to render that I had to allow it to do that, or it would have, the video would still not be out. But anyway, oh yeah, you can see it. It looks like an old film or something. Okay, so this is animation nodes. So this was animation nodes. I can't remember the name of the dude, but if you were to just type animation nodes tutorial into YouTube, you'd find it. And his first tutorial was this. Basically, you take one object, and by using math nodes, you can get all these weird things to happen. Like you can get it to clone and go in circles and do all these weird shapes and all that stuff. So I was basically just experimenting with that. Like, oh, that looks like a cool effect that would kind of like precede a massive explosion. So let's do that. And so I spent like an afternoon kind of just following his tutorial, and then it was, here we are. They're all melding into each other. And then you can see they start glowing red as it goes faster and faster. Like the reaction is starting to happen. And again, it's just a simple keyframe thing. Like you hit a button and it's like, okay, I'm framing here. Everything that's here is going to be like this. And then you move forward in time, and then you hit the button again, and you're like, then you change it to glowing red. And so then from this point to that point, it starts to glow red. And then when you get to the next point, it's totally red like you set it. So basically you're saying, here, don't be lighting up at all. Here, be completely red. And then as it goes, it starts to light up and glow. And that's exactly what it does here. It starts to light up, glow, and then it's red. And then you can see it even reflecting off the ground below it. Okay, so then we're into the cell fracture thing. So now I can explain the cell fracture deal. Oh, it was so much fun making this. It ended up, funnily enough, it ended up sort of being, you can see that this is the original moon that I used. It ended up kind of being the like, almost, I don't know what the word is, like the most, what's the word? Like old looking? Like it kind of looked like the most pre-CG shot. It almost looked like a shot from like, that you would expect from like a 70s movie or 80s movie or something like that, which is super funny because I spent the most time on it. It took so much time. But so what it is, cell fracture, basically you tell an object, you turn it into a rigid body and you're like, okay, I want this thing to explode. And there's a lot of ways you can do it. But in this particular way, the way that I learned to do it, you use this pencil tool. Yeah, kind of like Star Wars, exactly. And you use this pencil tool and you basically just say, okay, if I want it to explode from this point right here, you like draw all these lines right here. And that's where it's going to have like the most breakups. Like you're basically drawing where it's going to cut. And then I want bigger chunks to be out here. So then you make like kind of like lines like that, like big lines, like not too close together. And then I made like a couple ringed lines here. And so at the end of it, it looked like there was a bunch of scribble on the front here. And then there were like some other bigger lines. And it was like, okay, there's going to be a lot of, debris here. And then as it goes out toward the back of it, like that's where the explosion will happen. Like that's where she was down there and that's where the red ball was. And then as it explodes, it'll go outward and all the little ones will go out that way. And then like the big ones will chunk out. And you can see that's what happens. And these are just re-renders of the same thing. So hilarious. Okay, so let's see a good shot here. What's up, Hazel? What's up, Ronnie? Oh yeah, so like those rings, right? So, oh man, yeah, it's all coming back now. So yeah, so the first part explodes and it's this ring. And this was basically, what is it called? Does anybody know? It's like a donut. What is a donut? What's the shape of a donut? It's a shape. It's like a tortoise or something like that. A tortex or something. A turlock, a toodle, something like that. A torus. Thank you, Nocturnal. A torus. It's a torus. And it's just a shape. And then with any geometry in Blender, it kind of starts out and it's very angular. And like you can tell it to have as many sides as you want. So it can look like a very like angular torus, or you can make it really smooth with subdivision is what it's called. So it basically subdivides the angles of it to make it smoother. Now, of course, the more angles you have and the more faces you have on an object, the more processing it takes to render out how light reflects and stuff off it. So that's why it starts out really angular and then you can make it as smooth as you want. And so basically I just made a smooth torus and then I told it to emit light. And so then as it goes out, let me see, it's so hard to navigate in Reaper, I'm sorry. And then as it goes out, I hit a keyframe of scale 0 because you don't see it at first. So the scale is 0, so it's invisible. And then I, went out a few seconds when it would be past the frame. And then I hit a keyframe and then I just made it really big. And so then it just animates going from nothing to really big. So I didn't have to do anything. I just said, when it starts, be nothing. And by the time it's out here, be this big. And then it's like, okay. And then you hit play and it goes and just animates it out. And it's the same thing with this other explosion on the inside, this ring of rocks. So basically, what was that? That's a particle emitter. So it's just so crazy. Like, it's just so crazy how straightforward this stuff is, man. I mean, it's like, of course, like I said, it's like there's a learning curve. You got to watch tutorials. You got to figure out what's going on. But it's like, if you would say like, here's a computer, make a ring of rocks explode outward. You'd be like, good one, that's never going to happen. But it's just a circular particle emitter. And like, there's like a drop down where you're like, I don't want it to be a sphere. I want it to be like a ring disc. And then you tell it, I want it to go this fast and I want there to be this many particles. And then you hit simulate and it's like, poof, and it creates a shape. And it may be something you totally didn't intend. And you're like, okay, no. And then you're like, I want it to be less particles or more particles, and then you adjust it to how much you can process and stuff like that. So there's a lot of like little trial and error, but it's like, it's just so crazy how Blender has all the tools in there set up ready to experiment with. And it's easy to kind of just jump in and start playing with it. Anyway, I'll let this play out for a second here. Okay, yeah, there you go. So you see there's different colors. I gotta see, the thing is, I forgot how to, or I don't know how to do, here, let's just do that freeze frame there. So you can see that there's different colors here. So these are just different cell fractures. So what I ended up doing, now I'm remembering, I ended up having the original moon, but I wanted some color in some of it. And yeah, it's like, yeah, now seeing this, it's so funny because I think of like, oh man, what I would do now if I was gonna like redo this explosion. But I wanted to have some colors. So I put these objects inside of the big moon and they were just red spheres, like the red spheres that were made out of the explosives. Cause that's what I remember. I wanted to have like a remnant of like the actual weapon that she used to blow up the moon. And so that's this like red ring is those red balls. Like that's the actual part of it. And so I basically just made those spheres. I did the same cell fracture thing and then I put them all in here and I made them even more particles than anything else. So then they look really like dust, like they've been really exploded into dust. But that's all it is. It's just like a couple spheres. You draw on it to make all your fractures and then you hit a button and it simulates all those fractures and creates it. And then you hit play and render it out. And then it kind of, it's set up to how it's going to be. And then you can change the color and lighting, everything. It's very time consuming. And that's why I say like I spent a lot of time on the shot because it was a lot of simulating for it to simulate all those particles. And I know, especially as a beginner, I'm sure there were so many ways I was being inefficient and making my computer work way harder than it needed to do to get this kind of effect. But hey, it worked out. It was fine. It was fun. But yeah, if we just go out, like, let me just make this a little bigger and then I'll go, you know what? This is probably the best thing to do actually, is rather than go full screen, maybe stay like this and then I can do this with the playhead and go to where I want with the playhead. We'll do that. Okay, so yeah. So you can see like, I did do a 4K render of this and every one of those particles is simulated, every one. So it's like, oh God, the amount of time. And so, yeah, I don't know. There's not much else to say about the shot, but holy moly. And then basically the idea was like, that's what she's doing. She's creating, like with evil, she's making even more evil because like she's creating gigantic weapons, basically. She's like nuking planets and the energy released by nuking the planet creates these just super nuke deals, basically. And I was thinking like when I was thinking about the concept, I was like, is this what she does already? And then this like thing gets into her? Or is it something that happens after the fact? And I think by the end of it, I was pretty much set in the idea that it's all part of it. Like there was nothing. There was basically like she represents like consciousness. She represents like self-consciousness and being. And once evil got in and became a part of her, that was everything. So it's not like this is what she does. She goes and blows up planets. Because I was thinking like, oh, well, maybe she was like designed and like maybe she goes out and like this is her job and like she's doing her job, but then the evil's like thing is like getting inside or whatever and something's happening, but we don't know. But it's like, no, everything's a result of that. She started out pure consciousness and then the evil came in and then now everything she's doing is as a result of that. And she's observing it and participating, but she doesn't really understand what's going on, basically. Anyways, we go through the animations of the explosions. Yeah, it's so funny. It's like so old timey looking. But hey, it was my first explosion. Hey, look at that, my first explosion. Yeah. So anyway, so we get past the explosion. Yeah, and it's just the same. It's the same animation. I just moved the camera. Oh, here's a good view. Yeah, there you go. You can see all the particles. And yeah, so basically like all these fractures here, I just drew that with a pencil tool. And I was like, that's where I wanted to break. And then it did all the simulating for me. Yeah, this is a good one. Right on. Okay, so then it goes to black screen. Raid, what? Trust Hustler, what's going on? Thanks for the raid. What's going on? Hope you had a good stream. Hello. Andrew Kramer era effects, that's right. Andrew Kramer video co-pilot. Hey. What's up, Grumpy? Okay, so this shot is one of my favorite shots. I mean, every shot's my favorite shot, but this one I was particularly proud of because this is literally just a disc. It's a two-dimensional disc If you were to turn this frame to the side, you wouldn't even be able to see it because it's literally 0 pixels thick. And it's emitting this light. And then the box is right over there sitting there. And then just for this shot, I was like, okay, show the disc as if it's the star of that system she was just in. So she blew up a moon in the system. This is the star for it. And I want to do a flyby. And so the box is just sitting right here. And then a couple seconds go by. And then I just animate it to go across. And I just made the box super small. And then I was just like animate it side to side. And it's like, boop, whoop. And you can see the shadow. I didn't notice until after I was basically done with the video. You can see the shadow on the star. Do you see it moving with her? So it's like, you can actually see the scale. Like once you know, it's like, oh yeah, like that's the little box is like literally right next to it. And it's actually a really small disc. But if you don't know, it's like, it looks like it's, the star's kind of off in the distance and she does the flyby. But I was super stoked about this because it's very simple, but it's like something you would have seen in a movie in like 1960 or something, It's like, oh, how did they do that? How did they get that like sun thing and then like the thing flew by? That's amazing. It's like, oh yeah, it's just literally like a little, just a little animation. Woo. All right, sorry, I get excited.
You've barely left home.
Oh yeah, you can't unsee that, by the way. Watch the box goes by and you think, oh, it's gone. And you can see the shadow's already there because the box is literally sitting right here and you'll watch it flies by out of frame, but then it stops and you'll see the shadow stops on the star. Watch.
You've barely
See?
left. You've barely left.
That's so funny, dude. Oh, the little things. Ruined! Trust Hustler, hey, I know what that feels like. This is it. This is what I do. Unsub, boring, bye. Okay, cool. So then, so we've done the first explosion. She's had her first experience with like allowing the evil and playing with evil and letting it manifest itself through her actions.
Left home.
And she's like, "What is this?"
I can feel the pullback.
I can't see the time. Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. Okay. So she's like, what is this thing that's inside of me? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, that's basically what she's saying now. She's like, I don't know what's happening. I just blew up a planet and I don't know why, but I'm doing it. And what's up? So she manifests because she's like pure potential, right? And I think of it like human consciousness or something, like how we are. We're basically potential. That's how we see the world. We can see the future. I mean, we can't see the future, but we can plan for the future, unlike pretty much any other animal. But so she's like, what is going on? I'm a little concerned here. So she manifests a scanner back there. And I was like, hey, I got to build a scanner. So I used Box Cutter, built this little scanner in one afternoon. And just built the thing. And then, what is that sheet? How did I make that sheet? What is that? I want to say I built it with an array. Basically, you can build a dot, and then you can use this array effect, and you can say, I want 40 arrays, and then it goes and just puts the dots outward like that. I think that's what I did. I can't remember specifically. That's weird. I can't remember that. But anyway, so now you can see it's like it's darker because it's had a taste, and it's still moving. You can see it moving. And it's almost like spidery now. It's like becoming like a bug or something. But which is super interesting in itself because I used all the same like objects mostly. It was very rare that I created different files for the individual shots. So like this was still the same model from like the previous shot, and like the file I like saved the file as. So like for every shot there's like 50 something shots, and for every shot I basically saved the file, and then when I was ready to go to the next shot, unless the next shot was completely different, I would save it as, and then I'd just move I'd move her to where she needed to be. I threw the scanner in the shot, whatever, and then it was practical lighting. It was all practical. So like these light panels were in the floor, and then there was the light inside the scanner that's kind of shining on her hand and kind of reflecting out. But I didn't change anything about that plate. So for some reason, it got super dark and like almost like tick looking, But that wasn't really like a conscious thing. That's how it ended up when I ended up animating it like that, and just the way the light shadowed on her hand and stuff. So that was interesting. But then you'll see when she puts her hand in there and it scans her, it's the same exact displacement method as all the other displacements of the stuff going up her hand and everything else. It's the same exact thing, except I'm doing it with these sheets. And so it looks like this like kind of like translucent scanner things going around, but it's literally just me having animated like an object, an invisible object around, and then it displaces the material that it's connected to. So it's crazy. Like it looks really cool, but it's like totally, really just straightforward, easy deal. Default Cube is the dude that I learned that from, by the way. Yeah, right there.
Feel the pullback.
Oh yes, and then this part. So this part was super funny. I was like, I want the text to like write out, and somebody wrote an add-on that was like, it was called like typewriter text or something like that. You put the add-on in Blender, and then whatever you put something in the text field, and then you can tell it the speed at which to write out the text, and that's just there you go. I went back and forth on this part. I actually had to do some re-renders on this because it was going to be a lot shorter time. And then I was like, yeah, I definitely want to draw the time out. I didn't want to go so far out as to be like 20,000 years in the future or something like that, but I definitely wanted to feel like it was going to be longer than just a weekend, And, but this, evil's a crazy thing. Hard to figure out, you know what I mean? Pretty deep. Yeah. Sheets and arrays, that's right. What's up, 140? What's up, Kendi? And then again, a lot of every shot pretty much, so much is about just composition of shot and like thinking about where do I want the camera to be and like the very slow animations. Like you can see on this shot, how it's a very very slow kind of arching move, like almost like it's on a camera jib or something. It's a very slow arcing move. And then you can see this is out of focus, and then here it's in focus, and that's just simply like a depth of field thing, like you can use on any lens and your aperture settings and stuff like that. Not to understate it or anything, but it's just like, so I'm just trying to make the point that so much of this stuff, it's not just like, oh, like it's modeling or it's 3D graphics or whatever, but a lot of it is like, it's just like, shooting a movie or a TV show or something like that. So much of it's just shot composition and like, what do you want the audience to see? What's the focus of the shot? And what do you want to be where the eye leads, where's the eye going to be drawn to? And that's so much of it, because this is literally like, it was the black box. It was her like bed recharge station. It was the box that was like the power thing. And then there's basically the scanner. Like that's pretty much the whole inside of it. But when you can really lock in on like these smaller areas of it, it feels like it's grander than it is, but it's literally just like a small room. But of course, if I just had a camera on the side of the wall or something, it wouldn't be as interesting. Right on, Trust Us. Thanks for the raid. Take it easy. What's up, Lindy? What's up, Mojo? How's it going, man? I didn't say hi to Socks. What's up, Socks? Let's see here. So we get to there, and she's like, oh, no. Really? Seriously?
Like you didn't know.
And so, like, Rare, you can see that's the back wall, and that's the glass wall that became transparent when we were on that moon. And so it's kind of like reflective in that way. But it also has this like material about it. It's kind of, I think it's like a metallic material. And again, that's the PBR add-on where it's like thousands of materials like wood and stone and brick and everything you can imagine, vinyl, plastics, all kinds of stuff. And I think this was it was like industrial metal or something like that. And that's why I ended up making the wall. And it's crazy like how much changing something as simple as like the different kind of metal, whether it's like a stainless steel or like a more like brushed steel or something like that, like it completely changes like the whole vibe, This is an example. I haven't really talked about it, but Alexander, I can't remember Alexander's last name, but artist made this model. I didn't make the model. I wish I could. Super talented artist made this model, and I really loved it just because it's very simple but incredibly great, But I really liked how making it reflective. I mean, obviously it's a material, so you can make it. I could have made it completely, opaque or whatever, but or non-reflective. They're two different things. But I really liked having, all the practical lighting. Like these are those tubes, the cables and stuff, and then there's the red cable. Also, something that I didn't mention. We can come back to this. Where are we here? But something that I didn't even think about. So I built these cables in the room. I don't know if you've ever really see them anywhere else. I think maybe you see them. No, you don't. Yeah, you kind of see them there. They're the yellow cables and the red cable. And I didn't do this on purpose, and it's probably just a total coincidence. But obviously I was raised in Western culture, And I just thought it was interesting. It just kind of hit me. I didn't mean to do this, and maybe it could be subconscious. I don't know. Anyway, I noticed that the lighter tubes, there were 3 of the lighter tubes, and then there was the one more slithery looking red one. And I just thought that was interesting, like a trinity of like tubes. And then, I don't know. I thought that was interesting. I didn't mean to do that at all, but once I saw it, I was like, I couldn't unsee it. I was like, holy moly, that's kind of weird. But it could have just been total coincidence. Where are we at? Oh, we're way past that. Okay, so she does the scan. Oh, there you can see it. The alert there. So yeah, the 3 and the 1. Yeah, like these are like uniform. They're lighter. They're emitting color. And then this one that's like more snaky is red. It's kind of dirty. And it's not emitting any color. Like I just thought that was interesting. So she does the scan. She's like, oh no, are you serious? And then she knows that it's going to take a while, so she gets back in the charge station.
Feeling the resistance.
And obviously it's making its way up her hand at this point. I need to zoom in a little bit because I can't see this. So let's see. Okay, so yeah, right here, I'll just scrub it a little bit. There, for 1 second, it's kind of in focus. It's becoming a lot more spiky. It's bigger now, obviously. And this is not practical lighting. I put a pin light right at the bottom of it. So you can see that it's like really bright, like at the bottom of it. And then at the top, it's really dark. And that is an actual light that is following on the plane with it. Because I think I had rendered it out with just practical lighting and it was like too dark. You couldn't see any of the angles and like the spikiness of it at all. So I was like, all right, I'll just throw a little light in there. So I just threw a little not practical, but I threw a little effect light right there. And you can see how it's like shining the top layer of her skin and then also shining really brightly on the bottom of there. But sometimes that's just what you got to do if you need to see something. And you can see it there on her arm. It's totally bright, like right on her arm, but that's literally like a light that's like right on her arm with the other thing. But yeah, I like how like all the lights reflecting off of her and stuff. It's super cool. So she's been laying there for like 4,000 years, basically, or however long it was, right? And she's got the alarm again. And she's like, oh God, not stoked. Here's another one of my faves. I really enjoyed making this one. So she's on to the next planet now. So now she's graduated past moons, and now she's on to real planets. And yeah, I was just so stoked about this shot because like it starts out and you just see the shadow of the ship. Like you just see like a black square, basically. I don't know how hard it is to see on your screen with the transcodes, but you could see it's just like this black thing and then this black shape, like a square. And then the planet comes into the frame and then the ship itself comes in right into the middle of the frame. And you can see like the reflection of the stars on the top of the ship there. I mean, obviously it's like working on this stuff. I was seeing every frame, you know? So it's like I was seeing all this stuff while I was working on it. So I was getting all stoked about it. And then like, I mean, dude, like I was just, this was like so 2001 to me when I saw this. I was like, dude, this is so sick. I'm so stoked I get to do this. This is awesome. But the animation for this was super funny because it looks weird, you know? Like, see how the box is almost like going up? Like I had to spend a lot of time on this animation to really get this to feel right because the camera itself is just panning upward to the planet. And the planet obviously is not to scale. So I had to like figure out a way to make the planet look to scale, to make the ship look like it's actually moving. But then also I needed it to be here at this part and I needed it to be like right there at this part. So it's got this really weird like arc to its animation and you can kind of see it when I go back and forth. It's like totally normal and then it like arcs up right here before it like straightens up and just goes straight forward. Anyway, I was super stoked about the shot, how that came out. And so you can see this is sort of like a desert looking planet. Oh, by the way, I can't remember the dude's name, but it's in the description of the video if you want to know who did these planet maps, because this dude on Gumroad made like 20 or 30 planet maps. And they were, I forget what they're called. They're a specific kind of map though. It's not like a planet map. It's like, it's flat and then you put it around a sphere. So I basically made this sphere and then I just put the planet map on it. What was that? Zupatal's dropping 100 bits on the jam. Hey, Zupatal's on behalf of Scene of Act, we want to thank you so much for dropping the bits on the jam. And although we have destroyed the sidewalk today, we don't do it. All right, pal. Thank you very much for the 100 Zoopitals. Much appreciated indeed. Thanks for the kind words as well. Thank you. Thank you. It feels criminal to me that this song and this video hasn't got more attention than it has. It's mysterious phenomenal. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Right on, Mojo. Thank you, man. It might have been Gleb Alexandrov. No. I do know him. I actually got him and the other dudes their hard modeling series, which is super awesome. Like they did this hard modeling series about robots, and you could do like build a robot with them and stuff. Super awesome. Now the artist who did the model, I know his first name's Alexander. It's on the video link too, and he has a website I linked to that you can go check out his other work. He's got some awesome work. But no, yeah, Gleb is very awesome too. But yeah, Gleb's I think more into like the hard modeling stuff, although he's into all kinds of stuff. I don't want to presume what he's an expert in. He's basically an all of Blender expert. But so the same thing on this like for instance, like the day and night side of the planet. That was literally, it's the atmosphere plugin. There's an actual like sun basically over here that's shining on the planet, and kind of messed with it until the planet, I liked, kind of how the shape of it looked. Oh man, the really cool thing about these maps is like, they're not just visual drawings. What they have is they have several layers. And so they've got like the color map, right? Where it's kind of like a pinkish brown and like kind of more like a tan, and like this is almost like some blue or something in here, almost like some grays and blues. And there's that. But then where you can see all the mountains and stuff, I forget what, it's like a heat map or there's something else. There's another map that's basically like a very high contrast. It's like a black and white map of all of the geography. And then you plug that into displacement, and displacement just means displacing the actual layer of what you're working with. And so when you plug that map in on top of the color map and you displace it, then you can actually move this part of the sphere up and down. So like that, you can see there's like shadows. Like you can see like it'll get like darker around parts of it because like the sun's coming down like this, but you've actually moved these parts of the maps up off of the surface. Like they're actually mountains. And so the light is reacting on them like they're actually mountains. And what's super cool about this particular, it's hard to see like the edges because there's aliasing, right? That's what that's called, where it's like the edges like that. So it's hard to see the atmosphere. But in the tutorial I was doing to do planets, you can actually see like a film of like atmosphere, and you can almost kind of see it. It's based off how the light is reflecting off of it and where you're looking. Like this looks darker and like easier to see, but that's because that's the angle that you're looking at it. And like over from this angle, because the way the sun's hitting the atmosphere, it like looks kind of more like, it's almost like there's dust storms or something going on. And you would really notice that if I were to remove the atmosphere from it. Like if I were to remove it, it would look kind of weird. It would like look strangely like way too clear. It would look like, because, a planet of this size, with this kind of geography, you're almost expecting it to have atmosphere because it has enough gravity to hold in an atmosphere, even if it's just a dusty one. And so it's like, it's interesting, all these little details like that these amazingly talented artists and creators have like come up with to like make it look like it's actually like a real planet. And I feel like I was able to get pretty close. Of course, there's always ways to improve. And so this was the same thing. I had taken a map, just a plane, not even a map. I had just taken a plane, and then I had put displacement on it. And this is literally random noise displacement. It's so crazy. Like, it's just nuts. You basically have like X, Y, Z and offset and stuff like that. And so it just like, you play with it basically until you get to where you like it. And so like I was basically moving these sliders around, and so like all of this geography was like moving, and like there were bigger mountains and lower mountains and like all this stuff, and I was like okay, and then I kept sliding it, and then it was like boom, this like valley showed up on the sides of these like two cliffs. And if you were to like go a little bit farther off frame this way, there'd be nothing because that's the end of the plane. It's literally like a square plane. Same thing on that side, same thing front and back. Like right over this edge here, it's just literally nothingness. But what's super funny is it like looks halfway decent because it's actually the atmosphere add-on that I have. So it's the sun is directly above it. I put the atmosphere to be really, really thick, not so thick that you can't see the box and the ball and stuff, but I made it to be a thick atmosphere. So the light is still reflecting off of the surface as though there's like air and dust particles and stuff like that. And so like it, if you were just to take that off and just put like a light above it, it wouldn't, it'd be really difficult to get this like haze look. How it's, it's hard to explain it without having like an A/B of it, where it's like, you see, here it is without it, here it is with it. But like, I just remember it didn't, once I got the atmosphere set right and like it actually felt like there was dust, it was like, okay, this looks good. It reminded me kind of like Mars-ish, like huge landscapes with that weird kind of dusty kind of atmosphere. Anyway, and then this is just like the other ones where I basically miniaturized the box. The box is tiny as far as scale goes right now. And then I just put some keyframes and just basically drew, like had it go in a direct line. Like I was like at the beginning of the shot, I want you to start here. At the end of the shot, I want you to be here. And then the shot's going to be however many frames. And then it's like, okay. And then it just animates it up as you hit play. And then of course the camera's the same way. Like the camera has settings, and I'll go more into that deeply like sometime when I'm doing actual Blender stuff. I just kind of wanted to explain how I did the stuff. I didn't realize I was going to be talking so technically about the actual numbers of how to operate Blender, but I should have Blender open to do that, so I apologize. But the camera's the same way. So it's like you just basically tell it at the beginning of the shot, look this way, and then there's a little like number of like its X-axis or Y-axis, and then you hit this little button for a keyframe at the end of the shot, and you're like, at the end of the shot, I want you to be looking up a little bit. And so then you hit play, and the camera moves up, the box moves out of frame, and then there it is. Yeah, so this shot was interesting because I used a torus again and basically just expanded it from 0, just like I did the ball. And then it's emitting light. So you can see the light emitting off the surface of the planet once it starts to explode and that ball comes up. But you can see there's like this weird noise. And that right there, is right here. Yeah. So this noise, that is basically what every single shot would look like if I didn't use the optics denoiser that I ended up using. And that was because when I used the optics denoiser, this particle emitter that I had made basically disappeared because it denoised it out of existence. So I was kind of like, oh, that's a bummer. So I basically blended in a not denoised shot with a denoised shot. And you can kind of see it. You'll see the explosion starts and it's kind of like noisy, and like you can see all the particles going out, and then they kind of just disappear into the denoised shot. I don't know why it's tripping up like that. There, yeah, you can kind of see it from that way. It's like it starts out and it's like noisy particles, and then they kind of dissipate because I was actually in Premiere. This wasn't any rendering stuff, but I actually took the two shots. One was noised, one was denoised, one was not denoised, and then like I blended them together so you could get that little particle look at the beginning. So I'm just trying to illustrate that sometimes you just got to do weird stuff like that, where it's like I wanted to see those particles, but like when I denoised it, it didn't look right, and I couldn't figure out any way to like get the particles to show up in the denoised render. So I was like, well, I'll just render it not denoised. It'll look kind of weird for half a second. And then in Premiere, a totally different software for video editing, I'll just blend them together with their opacity matching, and just boom, there it is. What's up, Shatterglass? What's up, DJ? Okay, so she blows up the second one, and then it's like, now it's in her head. Now it's like she's starting to become it. It's getting bigger, but we're closer to finding out where its origin is. And so we're sort of in this battle. We're in this race against time now. She's becoming evil incarnate. She's blowing up bigger and bigger planets. She's becoming more and more destructive, but there's still a part of her. There's still a speck of her that wants to try to do whatever she can to try to escape this. Same thing. I mean, this is the same thing as the other ones. This was one of the planet maps, and I kind of just moved around till I thought it looked cool. Like it had this, like these eyes and this like mouth thing, but you can see the way the light's reflecting off of it. Same thing with the atmosphere settings. It's like, these maps were so awesome. There's tons of them. I bought his whole map pack. He's got like 30 planets he did, or 20 or 30 planets. And then this was like, it's the same planet, but it's on the dark side of it. However, I did use the same area because you can see it's kind of like the mouth area with the eyes. So it's almost like she waited till night or something, or like we got there ahead of time. And it's the same thing. It's a torus going out and then particle emitters. And kind of, yeah, see, there's the eyes from earlier. But once I saw the explosion on this one, I was like, oh, it'd be cool if it was dark and then like the explosion itself would like light up the planet. I thought that'd be cool. And then you can see the same thing like on the outskirts of the light. You can see how it's like kind of weirdly noisy, kind of like looks like old timey like film or something like that. But that's totally a result of the denoiser and just trying to like get stuff to render quickly. Yeah, totally. This one definitely looks lifey. Absolutely. For sure. And I think I remember that. Now that you mentioned that, I was like, yeah, as it was going on, I wanted it to be more and more ambiguous over just how much havoc she was causing, you know, how much destruction. So then we're in the second chorus now. So it's like now we're kind of in the second act of it. We have 27 years left. And yeah, here's a snowy planet. Dude, these planet maps, man, I just can't get over how good these planet maps are. Oh yeah, and this one, this one has a much thicker atmosphere. And this ended up being kind of weirdly like, you can see how, like typically like in a real atmosphere, it's like dense and then it gets thinner and thinner and then it's kind of like a haze. And I feel like there was something when I was doing that, like I messed up or something went wrong, but then I saw it and I was like, that is so weird looking. It's almost like it's like a dome or something over the planet. So I left it. Also, I was running short on time. So it was kind of a double like, I don't have time to mess with this anymore. And also I think that's really cool. So I'm going to leave it. It's that kind of thing. But then again, because like this is another example of just how cool Blender is. So the sun is actually, you know, in the atmosphere add-on, it's behaving like a star. It's bright 10,000 K light or whatever it is. And so it's shining on the planet, but then it's coming across the planet and it's not shining on this part, but it's hitting this like atmosphere. At least I think that's the case. Let me see if I go. Yeah, because even before the explosion, it's like hitting this atmosphere part and then it's reflecting off and hitting this side of the planet. And that's all, it's doing ray tracing in the Cycles render engine. That just blows my mind when I see stuff like that. It's like, it's just so cool that our technology does that now. It's awesome. Anyway, so then the explosion starts. Same thing. It's just it's a torus. It's a light emitting torus. I've made it bigger this time. And then of course the red sphere. And like, yeah, this one I thought was pretty cool. It's definitely with every explosion, I was kind of just experimenting with particle emission and just, seeing what would happen with different settings. And like this one, it's cool. Like that red, like how the particles around the ball are like, it's almost like this weird cloud of like, I don't even know. But yeah, I thought this one looked pretty neat. It almost looks organic or something in the way it's like exploding, like a giant pimple or something. So anyway, so there's that one. So then that's the third explosion. And so now we see that she has become the thing. She's got horns. And it was weird because it was like, was that the fourth planet? Because it's like, I wasn't trying to be so explicit. It's not like I was saying like, oh, I'm going to give her horns. But basically like I knew that the thing was going to be moving up toward her head, toward her brain, toward her mind. Like I knew that. But then once I got past that shot of where it was going up or where it had gotten into her forehead and it was like getting bigger, that sort of gave me the idea. I was like, oh, that reminds me of like animals, like when they're growing horns and how it's first that like little bulb like on their skull. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to give her horns. Well, yes, they are definitely lopsided. That was intentional too, as you'll see in the next shot. But because obviously like evil, imperfection, the grotesque, I didn't want it to be symmetrical, like I wanted it to be, like this, like where it was just like awkward, like an awkward sort of growth, that has manifested itself and become more than she can bear. Also, I could be wrong, but I think this is the first time that we've seen green exposed on her and like she's reflected green. And so that sort of like, that was again, another thing I wasn't really intending. But then when I saw it, I was like, whoa, that's kind of cool. It's the light from the location being triangulated on the origin of whatever this thing is inside of her. But it's also like the gateway to like rejecting or overcoming the evil. And then of course, that number right there is 38 months. Highway. A fourth seal into a fourth rotation. Moving to Sweden today. Wish me luck. We've got 16 hours of road. Holy moly. Well, congratulations are in order, I presume. That's awesome, Highway. Have a great safe drive. And that's absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for the 38, dude. Much appreciated indeed. Indeed. Yes, it's a huge pain, Shatter. Absolutely. For a second, I thought you used KSB. Oh, totally could have. Vertigo, what's going on? So these are the coordinates of the black hole in the center of our galaxy, the Milky Way, if you were curious on what that meant. It's the black hole. It's our supermassive black hole, as a matter of fact. So then she sees that and she realizes where it is. Now, there's something that it was like, it's kind of like on like, it's kind of like when you're looking at a piece of art and you're like, did they mean to do this? Like, did the artist mean to do this? Like, were they conscious of what they were doing? And it's like, yes and no. It's like, sometimes it's like they do have an idea, and then sometimes it's a feeling. Sometimes it's like a subconscious urge. Like sometimes it's just like in this ethereal plane around them, but it's like they're trying to filter it out to try to figure out what's going on. And I didn't know. Like I don't know how this happened because it wasn't really conscious. But then after I did it, I was like, oh wow, that's like actually feels like it means something. So I'm just full disclaimer. I wasn't trying to be like all Mr. Deep artist. Like I'm mythologically telling a story with the deals, and I'm going to be showing that in every way possible with this deals and the things. But at the same time, it's like, well, that is what happened. So here we are, you know? So anyway, she sees the location of where it is. And so then it's like, you know, in life, you say like, oh, well, if I would have known, or if only I did know, then I would do this. Or if I was in that situation, I would do this. And, you know, like when you talk about ethics or morality and a way of being and decisions that you make, and like, it's like, you really don't know how you would behave in a situation until you're in that situation. You know, you can talk all day long about, you know, how you would behave, but you really don't know until you're in that situation, like what you're going to do. And I mean, of course, it's way more complicated than just the statement of that sentence, but you know, the gist of what I'm trying to say. So what I thought was crazy about the shot was that we get here, she sees where it is. And so now she's presented with the moment where she can make the choice. She can say, okay, I am going to go face this thing, and I'm going to go see what's going on, and I'm going to see what's up. Or she can say, you know what, never mind. Like I'm actually cool with this now. I am evil incarnate, and like I'm down with it. Like that, now the choice has actually presented itself. And I didn't realize it when I was doing this next shot until after it was like done, and I was like, holy moly. But so she's looking at it, her head, like her head's a little cocked, almost like she's trying to like wonder, like, what am I going to do? And then she looks up toward the direction of the source and becomes a unicorn. And I didn't notice that till after the fact, but I was like, that's a unicorn right there. So she has said, no, I am not going to be a devil. I am going to become a unicorn, and I'm going to face this head on, and I'm going to stab it in the face with my horn. And so I was like, dude, I didn't even think about it, but I just put the camera over here, and I was like, yeah, like, you know, whatever is this, she's going to look toward the source, because she's going to look toward the black hole. And I guess it's going to be off to her right, because she was standing in the part of the box where it's like, I needed her to look toward the back part of the box because that wasn't lit and it didn't have all the cables. So I needed it to just be her in frame. So I put the camera over here, and then it was like, well, she would look up toward that wall, you know, when that happens. And so she looks up at it, I put the camera there, and then I rendered it out. I was like, okay, cool. And then it was after the fact, I was like, oh my God, she made the choice. She chose to be a unicorn. Iceman, what's going on? Thanks for the host. What's happening? One day too late. No. Oh. So anyway, that was totally unintentional, but once I saw it, I was like, oh my God, that's awesome. Anyway, so she looks up toward the thing, and so then we have a shot that I was super stoked about, because I was trying to think about for the longest time, which was like an hour. I was like, how am I going to do this shot? Like, how am I going to do like this traversal, through space? And I was like, I know that I want her to like go through something. Like there's got to be a barrier that has to be broken. Like we have to go almost like into the supernatural. Like this was it was already pretty much supernatural. I mean, I guess you could make technological claims about a possible future or something in which an AI that's so powerful can just become pure potential, and whatever it manifests in its mind, it comes to pass. And then there's also equally powerful, malevolent structures in the universe and whatnot. But anyway, this is the point where I was like, okay, now we're going into the realm of sort of like supernatural in a way, or so technologically advanced that it kind of becomes like Hitchhiker's Galaxy, where it turns into like completely arbitrary, abstract things, like when they go through that, when they do faster than light travel or whatever, and they like turn into like yarn balls or a couch or something like that. Spoilers. Anyway, so what I did on this was I did a combination of particle emission and camera work. And so basically this is a plane, and it starts out, and I think it starts out black, right? Yeah, so it's black. And then you see the first frame is stars appear. And what this literally is just emission. There's a plane, and then I'm emitting particles from it. And you can emit any kind of particle you want. And I'm emitting spherical particles that emit light. And so they're glowing white balls. And they start falling. So imagine that they're falling from the ceiling. However, in the actual Blender file, they're sort of like, there's no gravity, and they're falling from the side. Anyway, that's neither here or there. Let's just imagine they're falling from the ceiling. So they're falling from the ceiling. They're being pulled toward the floor as they're falling. And then what I'm doing is a mix of turning the camera, and I'm speeding up gravity and slowing it down. That's all I've done in here. And then also I had to play with what was it? Motion blur. Because this is the first shot where stuff is moving fast enough that you need motion blur. And I learned a lot about motion blur in this. Like I don't remember anything. I'm sure it would come back if I went back into it. But like, when a camera is shooting film and an object is moving, if that object blurs, depends on a lot of stuff. It depends on how fast of a frame rate you're shooting on the camera. It depends on how fast the object is moving. It depends on the shutter speed of the camera. I mean, I'm sure it depends on a lot of other stuff too, but you start seeing these things once you actually are starting to work with it, and you're working in a 3D engine with physics and like simulation, where it starts exhibiting the effects of those things. And so I had to spend a lot of time messing with the motion blur settings in Blender to figure out what looked coolest, what looked the best to me. And what looked the best to me was when the stars would get elongated. So they're falling from the ceiling, and as they're falling, new stars are starting to emit. And you can see it's like a square. And I wanted it to be like that. Like I wasn't planning it. And then I was thinking I would just be in the middle of the universe and they would just show up all over the screen. But when they show up all over the screen, because they're sort of like, they are 3D, but when they first light up, they're like 2D. Like it just looks like dots, right? So if they would have been all over the screen, you wouldn't have been able to orient yourself to tell where you were like in the shot. And so I wanted it to feel like you were almost like off axis of them. So I left it just a square plane. So all these particles are just emitting from like a square plane. And then I'd slowly start to turn the camera as they start falling from the ceiling. I slowly start to turn the camera toward where they're falling on the ceiling. So you'll see that they're falling, they're still falling. And then they finally hit us. And now we're in them. Okay. And see, here's an example of the motion blur. Like I had to mess with the settings till I got like these nice elongated looking circles. So they like look like they're actually moving at a fast rate of speed. Cause like depending on your shutter speed and stuff, like they get up like chopped up, or like they don't change shape because your shutter speed's too fast. And so then they just look like blinking dots and stuff. Like, so you got to like really play with like the rate at which that happens. But so you can see they're starting to fall, and then the camera starts turning up toward them. And so it's still turning up. They're going by. And then right here is now we're pretty much facing the ceiling, and we're facing toward where they're coming out. And then at the same time, I'm speeding them up. So I'm turning gravity up now. And so now they're flying really fast. And then if it gets blue, and I can't remember what that was. I think that was a volume. I think I made a cloud of like fog, and then I made it like a dark blue. And I wanted to feel like, because as things come faster to you, there's blue shift and there's red shift. And as stars get farther away from us, they speed up. Like that's what we've discovered like in the last I think in the last less than 100 years, is we've discovered that not only is everything outside of our galaxy moving like away from us. I mean, we're headed toward Andromeda. Andromeda's coming toward us. So I mean, like our neighborhood of galaxies is sort of like moving around each other in like a jelly, basically. But basically, all the galaxies out beyond our neighborhood are all moving away from us. We discovered that in the last 100 years. But not only are they moving away from us, but they're all speeding up. Like right now, everything outside of our neighborhood is going away from us, and it's going at an ever faster rate. And the farther you look out at the galaxies that are moving away from us, the faster they get, and the faster they get, the redder they become. They get like a red tinge to them, and it's called redshift. Now, the opposite thing is true for stuff coming toward you. As the faster it's coming toward you, it gets blue shift. And so that's why I did that. I wanted it to feel like, okay, this stuff is starting to move toward us, and it's moving so fast that it's starting to get a blue shift. That's what it was. I'm remembering. And so then you can see it starts to get this like dark blue kind of tinge to it as everything starts to speed up. So you can see the camera's kind of turned down. The stars start coming in. They start going past us. And then we turn up toward the stars, and then they're going. And then I'm turning gravity up, so then they're coming even faster. So like they're flying by now. And yeah, that's all motion blur. I remember this now. I was watching every one of these frames render around. I was like, okay, that looks okay. And then once we get past the stars, you start seeing, do you see that light down there? There's like that circular light down there. So that is literally the sun of the atmosphere plugin, but it's behind a giant plane of water. So like I created a big plane, and then I turned it into water with the PBR materials add-on that I have. And so that is all, it's like an ocean. So not only is it dark blue is it the Doppler effect? It's not only dark blue from that, but it's also blue because it's water and it's ocean. And so then the sun's on the other side. And so you can start to see that it's actually water. And it's like we're coming up from like the bottom of an ocean, or we're going down toward an ocean and the sun's on the other side, and we're going right toward the sun and into the water. And then it gets this weird like denim look, and I don't even know what did that, but I was like, oh, that looks kind of cool. So I left it. And then we hit the surface of the water. It goes black and white right before we hit the surface. And then we break through whatever the whatever that was. And let me find my playhead. And so here we are again, and this is just another example of that amazing atmosphere plugin. So basically, the sun is behind us, and I've turned the density of the atmosphere up, so you can kind of see like the layers. There's some banding here, just that's how the render came out and the quality of it. But you can see it's kind of like a lighter brown here and like more red here, and like that's just literally the density of the atmosphere in that add-on. It's absolutely phenomenal. And I created this plane and turned it into water, and then we come up through the water. And this was incredibly time-consuming. It's a water simulation that is built into Blender, and you can change the thickness of the water, you can change the color of it, but it takes a long time to simulate. And you can see that it's like a rectangle, just like the ship is. It's like a bigger size of the ship, basically, that it kind of slams against, like the water. And I was trying to think about all after the fact, like what this means, because like there's something about the imagery of this that just, I mean, obviously it looks like blood. It's breaking the seal, it's birth, it's transformation. I mean, I don't know. I thought it looked cool. But so this was like it was strangely like half necessity and half not knowing what I was doing, because as you can see, it's constrained to that rectangle, and it simulated that. And what you do when you do liquid simulation in Blender is you basically build a constraint that you want the water to simulate in. And that's what that was. I basically built a box that the water is going to be constrained in. But I wasn't planning on constraining it to that rectangle. I was more just kind of learning how to use the water simulation. But when I saw how it behaved, because I mean, I did a lot of different tests with this, because like it ended up kind of looking syrupy, like blood. It doesn't even really look like water. It almost looks like syrupy, how it congeals and the way it's flowing and stuff. But I ended up really liking the way that the liquid bounced off of these invisible walls of these constraints that you basically put in when you're doing the simulation. And since it was the same shape as the ship and then it's just larger, I just thought that'd be kind of cool to like sort of represent like basically the breaking of the seal that she had to go through to get to the source of this thing. Anyway, I thought that came out pretty cool. But God, did it take a long time to render. And then I left as long as I could. That last little dot didn't quite make it, but that's almost like, it almost looks like one of the balls, you know? Anyway, so there's that part. And then she starts traversing the pyramid. And again, this is that same atmosphere plugin. You can see, let's see, I got to click on it. You can see that's where she came out. That's like the little slit in reality that she came through. There's the ship. And then this is the sun. And with that atmosphere add-on, you can just like make the disk of the sun huge. And I made the atmosphere really dense, but then I made it low so you could see the sun above it, but then it's like sort of like fogging stuff in there. And she starts traversing this pyramid. And this was the part of the project that I had the most problem with, because I wanted to leave it open to interpretation, but at the same time, I didn't want it to just be complete nothingness. So I landed on what happened. I tried a bunch of different things. Like I had a bunch of different ideas for like what was going to be at the top of this pyramid. Because what is at the top of the pyramid of like evil? Like what is that? Is it some monster? Is it like, you know, she was like growing these horns. Like, is it going to be some like, you know, mere representation of her, but it's completely covered in horns? Like what would be the next step of this? And then I thought I would just completely go backward with it and try to go back like, well, what is the most primitive representation of that, at least in Western culture? And that of course is the tree of knowledge. It's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And so if you were to go up to that tree, which that is a model of a tree, it's pretty high res too. I was up there. If you go up that, all the apples of that tree are the orbs, the little red orbs that she used to destroy all the planets. So that's what's up there. And then she comes up here, just did a little animation with the box. You can see the box. She's in the box down there. You can see it here too. I mean, I kind of went through that. So she's climbing up here and then going up facing the pyramid. And this was cool because like, I like this shot, even though the shot's really simple and out of context, it's kind of weird and just kind of like, almost like, I don't know what the word is. It's very basic, but this is actually the pyramid. Like I put the camera at the base of the pyramid, like right here, and I looked up it, and it's such a huge pyramid. It was a 6-sided pyramid. It was a hexagonal pyramid, and it was so like weirdly gigantic, but that like when you put the camera here, like it looks like this weird like monolith or something, even though it was the pyramid. But also there was no light shining on it directly, so you can't really see the angles of where it curves and stuff. But this is a pyramid, even though it looks like a monolith, almost like it's like a never-ending road or something that just goes into oblivion. But then she finally gets to the top, and then I experimented a bunch with the actual makeup of the pyramid, whether to not make it reflective or not. But by the end of it, I was like, I want it to be so high that it's almost like above the atmosphere of this planet or whatever she's on. And so then it's like, and she had just gone through the black hole in the center of our galaxy. And as you get close to the center of a galaxy, it's really populated with stars. So I jacked up the emission on all the stars, and then seeing it reflect off the pyramid, I was like, oh yeah, that looks cool. I'll keep that. And the pyramid is actually pretty easy too. You basically say add, and then it's like you want to add like a step shape or something like that. And then you can make as many steps as you want. And I feel like I made it. I was thinking about how many steps there are, and I made it specific, but I can't remember what I did. I'd have to go into the file and count them and then try to remember what I was thinking about. But I remember thinking like, oh yeah, I'll make them this many steps. I'll make it, maybe I made it like 666 steps or something. I don't know, something silly like that. I can't remember. But so then you come up, and then basically the interpretation that I leave you with, and I've thought about it, I haven't really settled on it, but as she comes up over the edge to meet the origin, well, what does she do? And I leave that to you. The link is is right there. You can go watch the actual video right there. So that's how I mean, that could definitely be part of it, DJ. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. The transformation from adolescence to adulthood to knowledge of malevolence, to the acceptance of chaos. I don't know. It represents all those things. I mean, that's the thing about mythology and just existing as a human on planet Earth. It's like we've been around for, we've been evolving and growing for, close to 4 billion years now. So, I mean, all that stuff is built into us so deeply that, it means all of those things and it means none of those things all at the same time. But I would like to think that it means those things more than it doesn't mean those things, because I mean, it's so built into us. Like archetype and story are so built into our DNA and our genetic code that, like I said, I fully admit that some of these things I did mean to do, but some of them I didn't mean to do at all. And when I saw them and I was like, oh my God, like that really, it could be coincidence. It probably is more coincidence than not, but it definitely means something. I feel it. I feel that like meaning in there where it's like, there's just something about it. But that's, that's the paradox of existing in a body that's way older than your consciousness is, There's so much about our own selves that we don't understand at all. And so it's fun to be able to make stuff like this. I mean, I'm so like this shot, I was so stoked about. It was just like, dude, like so sick. Like this like galaxy of stars and this like freaking this black box just flying over you. Like, God, can you imagine if that thing showed up? You're like just chilling on this like paradise, this manifold of paradise looking at the galaxy above you. And it's just like, this thing just shows up. What the hell is that, man? What's up, Blamp? How's it going, man? I don't know if I'd go that far, dude. I really appreciate the compliment, but I don't know if I'd go that far. But the point is that, not the point, but the overarching thing is that, my biggest focus with this whole thing. See, look at that. Like, look at the way that like she comes up and then like her. So if you weren't here earlier, I was talking about this was the very first animation I did of a model. And so it's like basically the first shot of the video, is like we're introduced to the protagonist here. And then she sits up and then her neck is all like, like wrenches over. And it was the first animation I ever did. And after I was done with the whole project and I was like getting much more familiar with like animating and the workflow and the workspace and everything, I was like, oh, should I go back and should I fix her animation and change it? And I was like, no, it's like her genesis. It's like the very first animation I did. It's like, she's like, she doesn't even know how her body works yet. She's like trying to figure it out. It's like, it's perfect. It's perfect. Here, let me show this part again to see if anybody else sees the face. See if anybody else sees the face. Do you guys see the face? Check it out. So it's the very last frame. I didn't mean to do this, but it looks like a face to me. See the face? It's like a primate of some sort to me. But it's just a totally random noise generation from the displacement of the plane that I put there. Anyway, yeah, the Monscott, yes, exactly. Yeah, the whole thing about this was I had done Holding On. I had made the song, and this was back, I hadn't been streaming for a bit, and I had been sort of like working on a record, and I thought I might just drop a record on you guys. And that just wasn't working out. It was the first time that I had started producing, like not on stream and stuff, and I wasn't live, and I don't know. I did some work, and I will be debuting more of that work as we continue on this album, because I think I'm going to bring a couple of the little half songs that I've been working on into it, and we'll continue working on that stuff. But basically, I finished this song, and this song was going to be part of that project, and then this was definitely like the sort of the star of the project or whatever. And then I was like, I don't remember what it was. Like I mean, I do remember what it was. I just have to get it together. And that is that it was Blender Guru. He had put up a tutorial on how to make a chair. And I had done his donut tutorial like last year, like last January. I did his donut tutorial. And I was like, oh, Blender's kind of cool. And then I just completely left it. And I was like, oh, whatever. And then, I finished Holding On, and then like I was just like browsing on YouTube or something, and I saw that he had done a chair one, and it was like kind of like a modern, very simple modern kind of chair, wood chair, and I was like, that I could probably learn a lot learning how to make that chair. And so then I did that. I spent about 2 days doing that tutorial and building that chair, and then it just clicked. I was like, dude, I should do a music, because I was like, I wanted to broach using Blender for animation, but I didn't know how to do it, because it's like, if you don't have a goal in mind for like the overarching idea of what you're trying to do, I mean, it's just basically like you're just kind of floundering around and you'll just drown, you know? What's this? You want Scott dropping 100 bits on the jam? 100 bits? On behalf of Scene of Action, I want to thank you, Mon Scott, for dropping the 100 bits on the jam. And although you may have destroyed the sidewalk today, we do want to assure you. I really failed. Mon Scott, thank you very much for the 100. Appreciate it. What's going on, Asberic? How you doing? How's it doing? So I'd done the chair, and then I was like thinking about wanting to do animation, and then it just kind of clicked. And I was like, oh, you know, a good way to force myself to learn would be to say, all right, let's make a 3-minute music video. I already have the song. The song's ready to go. And then I could release something and show everybody that I'm still alive, and then learn a bunch in the process. And boy, did I learn a bunch in the process. Holy moly. It was crazy. I learned so much about the back end of Blender and rendering and just quality of like working in animation and keyframing and all that stuff. And I was able to bring, you know, my experience with lighting and with camera and all of that and build this little thing over 2 weeks. And it was an absolute blast to do. And like, I want to do more of it for sure in the future. I really want to develop story writing. Like I really want to be able to tell stories. Cause like this, I had like an idea and kind of knew kind of what I wanted to do, but like, it just, you know, it didn't, I was kind of writing it the whole time I was doing it, but I feel like with the music side ready to go and with the visual side growing and developing, it's like the ability to tell meaningful stories. Like I'd really like to be able to tell meaningful stories. Like I just love music videos, like Hellbent, for example, by Kenna. Hellbent is one of my favorite music videos ever, because every single time I watch it, it's a mystical experience, man. That's the only way I can really put it. It feels like there's real meaning in it, and it's entertaining and funny and beautiful. And I'm just like, man, to be able to do something like that where people could watch it a long time after I'm gone and like feel something from it, you know, feel like a meaning from it. And that's what I would love to do. And I want to do that. So this was like a first step in sort of working toward that direction. Because if you know me, a lot of it too is speed. It's like, I don't want to work 3 years on a project. That's just never been my jam. Like I want to move on stuff. I want to get stuff rolling. And because the more you refine your work and your toolkit, it's like the more you can accomplish. That's just really the long and the short of it. And so this was huge for that, because I just learned so much about working sort of with a goal in mind, but also something attainable. You know, 3 minutes music video story. A lot of the models I got from third party creators, and just was able to kind of bring it all together and really focus on learning sort of the administrative things about Blender more than anything. I mean, of course, I learned a ton about like, you know, shot composition and lighting and everything that I already kind of brought some skills to, and I improved on those. But man, just the idea of like, you know, the quality to render stuff out for speed, and, you know, the workflow for working on stuff, and, you know, thinking about shot design. Cause I'd been doing some, I don't know what you would call it, practical camera stuff, that some little short story, little things. And so with like real cameras, and it was a huge learning experience too, but it's just, how do I explain it? It's just so different, because there's so much upfront planning and pre-production when you're doing actual practical shooting and stuff like that. Just simply from actually like simple things like moving lights around, like setting a camera up on a tripod and all that stuff. And especially I do pretty much all my work by myself. So it's like having to manage that and try to be efficient and not get tired and all that stuff. It's tough to manage all the different aspects of producing something like that. And working in Blender was just, it took all of those elements from like a practical shoot and just boiled them down to like the essence of why you get into this kind of creative stuff in the first place. And that's to just try to make something compelling and really entertaining and fun. And if you can make the process that and not feel like it's dragging on or like you're wasting your time or it's too much effort for the payoff and the reward, it's like if you can work to minimize all those negative emotions and try to support and develop the skill set to enhance the positive emotions that come along with creating something, it's just incredible. And this was huge for that because literally it was 2 weeks from start to finish. I think it was 14 days from starting the project to uploading the final render on YouTube. I think it was 14 days. And that blew my mind because I wasn't really paying attention to time. I was just thinking like, how fast can I just want to get this. I want to do it. I want to get her done. And I mean, I'd spent a lot of hours on it. So it wasn't like 2 hours a day. It was like 12, maybe more hours a day. But the point is I kind of lost track of time. And when it was all over and I saw that it had only been 14 days and so much of that 14 days had been just trial and error, like technical improvements, like figuring out how to render stuff better and figuring out like how to, fix the workflow a little bit. It really was like, oh my God, like if I could, really refine that and then just really get into like doing modeling and storytelling and stuff, it's like you could do some pretty crazy things with this. And that's really the biggest thing I took away from this whole thing. It was just like, dude, like, God, there's just so much at our fingertips now. If you're creative and you want to make stuff like this, it's just like, God, it's so attainable now. It's just crazy. You just got to put in the time and just learn the stuff. It's so insane. It's so insane. Like, I can't imagine like 20 years ago, you want to get into like animation or storytelling or film or anything like that. And just, God, I mean, like if you're a kid, if you're like a 15-year-old kid now and you're just like, man, I want to get into this stuff. It's like by the time you're like 18, you could be where somebody 20 years ago would not get to where you are until they're like 28 or 30. It's like, you can get so much farther now, so much faster. You can learn so much. YouTube and all the software available to do this stuff. It's just crazy. It's so crazy. I'm stoked I found out about it. Anyway, so that's Holding On. That's kind of was the genesis and how that all started. And thanks for hanging out for that. That was fun to kind of talk about that and kind of go back through sort of where I was thinking, what I was thinking about when I made that. And it was a ton of fun. And all those things are completely, none of them are unattainable. Because if they weren't, I wouldn't have done it because I was under the gun. I wanted to get it done. And I was just, it was really a test of like, here's an idea I have. Can I accomplish this? And with Blender, it's crazy how much you can accomplish just by having the idea, because most likely somebody already has done a variation on the idea you have, and they have a YouTube video on a tutorial on how to do something similar to what you want to do. And then you can take it to that next level of what you were actually thinking about and kind of meld the two and create something completely new. And it's absolutely amazing. So super stoked. Going to be doing more of that. Remove track. All right, I'm going to open up the new song. We're going to mix that right now. So that'll just take a second to open up because I think it's kind of big. Oh yeah, I need to change the latency. Yeah, I should have said more like if you're 11, by the time you're 15, you could be a grand wizard. I guess that's what it is. A grand wizard of Blender. Oh, that's not the right word. That's the negative connotation there. You could be an amazing producer. Couldn't get through the donut tutorials, so blew my mind. This blew my drum. The donut tutorial is actually pretty crazy because I remember I did the donut and it was pretty cool, but I couldn't do the coffee because like he does the donut and then he does this little like glass cup of coffee, and like I got lost on that. Like I got to the point where like he made the coffee in the cup, and then like he made like how liquid when it's in a glass and it kind of curves up when it gets to the edge of the glass. I got totally lost in that part and I gave up. I was like, I'm done. The light cycle scene from Tron in an afternoon with tools they really hadn't used before. Obviously not perfect, but shows the time sync difference of technology. Exactly. So much of it is just the time that it used to take to do things. It's like you could do them so fast now. And that's with everything, anything technology based these days. It's just insane. It's insane. I went in on it. Yeah, the cup was massive. Like a tiny little donut, giant cup. Yeah, the donut, like, I think that, the donut's just such a great intro because it just, at least you get sort of familiar with what's going on. one I also did was, oh, what was the guy's name? It was the Sword in the Stone one. It was basically you build this cave and then you build a sword that's like in a stone, and he did like the stone emitted like hieroglyphics on it and stuff. So it was like stencils and light emission and modeling the sword, and that was super cool, like volumetrics and stuff like that. That was a really good one too. And then yeah, the animation nodes one, and then Default Cube just has a bunch of great tutorials like on the displacement and stuff. And then yeah, there's a bunch of tutorials about like animation. Animation was a fun one, and rigid body physics was super cool. The first time I'll never forget. It's crazy. It's like the first time you ride a bike or something. Like I'll never forget the first time I made a cube into a rigid body, and then I gave it its fractures, and then I hit play to drop it on the floor, and it dropped on the floor and it crumbled into a bunch of pieces. And I was just like, oh my God, this is crazy, man. Super awesome. All right. Okay. I'm opening that song. I'll be right back, and then we're going to mix this deal. Okay. The following effects are in the project file but not loaded. Yeah, that's fine. So now I just have to go through and turn all of them on. Great. That's great. That's my Elon Musk. That's great. Bring effects online. Just bring them all online. How do I bring all of them online? I have to literally go through every track and do this? Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your literal mind? What about on my voice? So this is literally just a dry mic right now? Holy moly. What about now? Whoa, it doesn't really sound that much different. Oh my God, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. How many tracks are there? There's only 86 tracks. So that would only take what, like 20 seconds a track? 86 times 20, let's just call it 90. So 180 divided by what, 20? So that'd only take about an hour, right? I did the math. Well, I wonder, like, okay, so I wonder, can I right click and say bring all effects online? Or maybe right click on effects? No. Oh, maybe I can do this. Ah, bummer. I wonder which one it was. Like, I wonder which one was being all weird. Huh. Because, dude, seriously, like, really? Huh. I'm going to try to open one. Let's see. Where would it be? Backups? I don't remember where I put my backups. My libraries? I didn't put it in there yet. Because what if I restart the computer and then it still doesn't work? So then I still have to go through. And I can't just do them all? I can't bring them all online? Oh, what a bummer, dude. All right, so that one's good. That one's good. Hold on. Bring all effects online, Reaper. There are actions. Okay, set all effects online for selected tracks. Now, the only issue with this is that I don't remember if I had some effects turned off, because sometimes I do that. Sometimes I'll just turn an effect off. But I think having it turned off versus having it offline, I think is different. So anyway, let's go to actions. Online. Set all take effects. Set effects 1. Set all. Set all. Set all effects online for selected tracks. Here we go. Oh no. Well, all I need to do is just isolate which track it's doing that to. Well, so what I should do then is, let's see. All effects online. Set all effects online for selected tracks. Okay. So let's create a hotkey. Alt 1. Maybe that's not being used. This key is already being mapped. Go to region 1 after current region finishes playing. Yeah, we can override that. Okay, so let's try opening it again. Okay, so Serum, Alt 1. Cool. All right, we're going to find which one it is here. Alt 1. Well, look at that. It's the FM8. That is super unfortunate. I've ran into problems with that one before. That is such a bummer because I really like that VI, but it's not the first time. It used to do that in Studio One too. So pretty much whoa. So let's just go down into everything except the FM8. Well, definitely all here. There we go. Alt 1. Cool. Yeah, look at that. With it just turns all the other ones on like it's no big deal. Okay, what about this FM8? So that one's no problem. Okay. What about this one? You know what it could be? I'm gonna try opening it now that I've got a lot of latency. That might be it. I don't know. Ah, so that is what it was. So now is it working? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, it was just it wasn't able to do it with such a low latency, even though I was at 512. So I guess the audio engine, it was being weird with the audio engine. Bits and crafts, what's going on? Cheshire, what's happening? All right, what is this song again? I haven't heard this in days. Oh yeah, I remember now.
What did you do? What did they think?
Oh wow, those vocals are so quiet. Oh, plenty to do. Okay. First of all, let's kill the Vox, get them out of the situation. Secondly, let's get the FM8 rendered. Cool. And you know what? Let's save this whole project as song 3 mix. That's it. Yep. Okay. And then now we can just get rid of this. All right, same thing with this one. Oh, wait. And then I'm going to have to go through and I think I'm going to have to fade those individual parts. What do we have going here? What are you? What are you? You are this part. Ah! Yes, that one. Okay. We'll do that and then just do this. Cool. Car door. I don't want to mess with that quite yet. What is this? Arpeggiation. Yeah, I don't want to mess with that yet. What are you? This, however, yeah, I was happy with this. So let's render this one out. And make it go a little farther. Oh, that took some processing. Why does that say Sims when there's no symbols? Are there no symbols in this whole song? I think there are some during that like chorus thing right here. There's no symbols in this song. I have a symbols track. It's ready to go. It's ready to go. What do we have here? Why is that panned? 9% to the right. Huh. That's interesting. that's guitar. That's right. It's future car. Okay, cool. Then that part. And then, oh yeah, so let's go ahead and render this one out. And then you two. I don't normally render everything out like this, but I don't want to deal with that weirdness that happened earlier. And I'm pretty satisfied with what those sounds are. So, and if it gets, you know, if I have to go back, then I'll just open up that other save and I'll pull it out that way. All right. So that's guitar. Those are the vocal deals. That's some more guitar. That's the little car thing. That's the intro guitar. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's interesting because it's not. Yeah. Okay, so first things first, I guess let's go deal with this. Fine. Fine. We're at there. Turn that thing off. Don't know what is up with that, but it is an existing thing. There we go. And really, it's like now that I have those figured out, turn that back on. And that, okay, so I can't, yeah. That panning thing is inside the track. Yeah, I wonder what is that? Just see if I can copy it over. All right. And get rid of that and that and that. Cool. All right. So now, so they are feeding into this. And that's just all that. Okay. You know, it's interesting, like, because it does go into stereo at that point. This is, what do we have here? We've got Saturn, and it closes up there. Okay, but so why does that matter? It doesn't. That's weird. Why does it shut down there? Oh, that's right, because I think I duplicated it and then I brought it down. So this is at 100% band 1 mix. So if we just get rid of that then, and if we see it, then band Saturn band 1 mix is at 100. Yep. Oh, and that's... Oh, so that was given the stereo. I thought it was a pan setting on the original FM8. I guess it wasn't. So then in that case, let's just render that. Then I don't ever have to think about it again. Then I can just, well, that is true though, because it is there and then it becomes a new thing. So then what you would do then is just render it. Okay, and then right there it becomes a new thing. Slice it. Get rid of this. And then duplicate this. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Nice. Okay. And so now you can actually put them into a folder. Now we can just like put an EQ on them. Don't have to think about it anymore. Intro FM8. Oh, there we go. 10 hours of ambient drone. That's what I live for. Okay, cool. So that's the beginning. Much better. Okay. I'm okay with that. So that's the guitar itself. There we go. I liked how Biba, we rated her last night, and she had her notes set up to audio, to audience applause audio. I thought that was pretty cool. We just have to figure out how to harness the potential energy of that. Yeah, I don't want to screw that up. I mean, I think that's fine. All right, so probably at that point, what you would say then is we definitely need to get the other part solid before we add vocals in, and then probably throw all the instruments onto a bus and then master them as their own thing. Because this is so instrument centric, this song. And then we can fit the vocals in. So now, is everything already in the instrument? Yes, the instrument bus has everything except the ending. So the ending will be its own thing, which is totally expected. Feels awesome. All right, let's get these drums. The Wii U, and what's this? What's up, Grid? What's up, War? I am mixing. I am mixing. This is the first mix. Joey Glad coming in with 4 months. That's a third of a rotation. Joey, thank you very much for the continued support. What's going on? What's happening? Okay, cool. And now tiny. All right, on grid. Take it easy. Up to 0. Minus 18. There we go.
Where did I go? What did I say? What did you do? What did they think? Where did I go?
Okay, so that I was misunderstanding. So I guess that is this one. Okay.
Where did I go? What did I say? Where did I go? What did I say? What did you do? Where did I go? What did I say? What did you do? Where did I go? What did I say? What did you do? What did I say? Did I say? Did I say? What did you do? What did they think?
Okay. Now, before we do anything on that last part, dude, I keep doing this. It's like, dude, just do it from here. There you go. Same with that. Is that all good? Okay, cool. Now.
Your eyes
All right, let's hear it from the top in context with that volume leveling as well. That's there, that's there, that's there, this, and then guess I might as well throw elevate on there. That'll give us even more latency. Check, check, check. That's better. All right. There we go. Okay.
Where did I go? Did I change? What did you do? What did they think?
Does this have a reverb on it? No. Because it should. Are you kidding me? It needs a really long one too, like super long. And it needs to be clean, far, and dark. And then that needs to be an envelope, which is at 0, except right there. Sounds like a cymbal. Oh, I'm leaving it. I'm leaving the not symbol. We got to rename that to the not symbol. All right, so let me see if I turn the sub pack off. Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
What did I say? What did you do? What did they think?
All right, there's some low mid in there. Let's see, so I don't want to take it out of that one. I wonder.
Where did I go? What did I say? What did you do? What did they think? Where did I go?
Yeah, it's because it's lower. So we're just gonna take the easy way out here. Just gonna take the easy way out.
Where did I go? What did I say? What did you do? Where did I go? What did I say? What did you do? Where did I go? What did I say? What did you do? Where did I go? What did I say? What did you do? What did they think? They think. Where did I go? What did I say? What did you do? What did they think? Where did I go? What did I say? What did you do? What did they think?
So that's extremely low. That's why.
Where did I go? What did I say? What did you do? What did they think? Where did I go? What did I say?
There we go.
What did you do? What did they think?
Pandorum soundtrack. We were talking about Pandorum last night during last night's show, and it's similar. Like there's like a guitar part in the ending credits that does that. It like goes like ba ba ba. It's like a tritone thing. Anyway, I think so. Let's see. Let's listen to that last part. The non-symbol. Yeah. I don't really feel like automating the limiter. I want to automate. Like, I just wanted to get that a little bit louder. I mean, it's in a different area. Yeah, there's those parts. So yeah, probably. I guess so. Forget it. So what we'll do then is, I guess, what would you do? I guess you would just do, I don't normally automate limiters, but why not? Why not? Whoa, soothe is after the limiter? Really? No, it's not. Oh, it is. That's probably why. Well, that's awkward. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that now. Okay, so I'm limiting the whole song to 0.1, and then I'm taking out the gross frequencies. Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That doesn't make me feel very good. I thought I put it before. Oh, no. Well, just got to listen to it again. Oh, well. Yeah, I'll probably just have to turn it up. That's all. Probably just have to turn it up because it'll have to make up for the other one. Yeah. Well, that actually sounds better, unless I'm just psychosomatic. Is that limiter gain? Just gain? I can't get over that. It's funny. Yeah, dude, just duplicate it and get rid of these and get rid of that, and then just same thing with that other deal. I was gonna just deal with it, but I can't deal with it. I have to deal with it. So is this one? I think 6/8 is where it was normally, right? All right, I think that's good. I need to take a quick break. I mean, I guess, yeah, I'll just let it roll because, let's see. Well, first I do need to do that. I got to do the region and stuff. All right. I'll just play. I'll be right back.
Your
get the region going here, and then we'll do a bounce. Where are you? There you are. Say about right there is where the song ends, so I like that. Yeah. All right, and then create region. Where does this song start? More space. And then where's that volume? There it is. Oops. Did I just move that thing? Get out of here. Okay, cool. Just trying to see where we should see this one from. I guess we'll see most of it from here. So can I make, well, I guess I could make it super small. Wait, whoa, what's going on there? Let's drive off. What? Oh, that's my mic. I was like, what is that? That's ridiculous. Oh man, that's funny. Like, why is there this track with nothing on it? Why is it here? Like, oh, it's the mic that I'm talking on. Okay. Why does that exist? All right. Cool. So save. Yeah. All right. So then we do that, and we're going to do the master mix of a project region. Beginning, song 3. Although, yes, did that? I created a new folder. We'll just do that. File name. Two ends? Beginning? Is it 2 ends or 1 end? Beginning. Is it beginning or is it beginning? Beginning. Thank you. Beginning. Okay. I'm going to decide whether a new beginning, or beginning, but beginning version 1 is fine for the working title right now. All right, master mix project regions, 1 region, 44.1 stereo, MP3, 320 online, right? Yep, let's do it. Okay, cool. Are we ready to do it? Yeah, we're ready to do it. You ready to do it? I'm ready to do it. Let's do it. Okay.
Oh, your eyes.
I forgot to like actually master this. I got distracted. I think I mastered the highs, but I didn't master the lows. So just give me 1 second. Yeah, that's the thing. It's tough. I mean, I wonder if any of the other songs sound more like this one because there's no cymbals in this one, so it's like just a little more. I have it done. Have it all. Rivals might be close. Rivals might be close. Let's see. Loop. Let's see. Yeah, like around there, maybe. That's close for sure. I mean, of course, I'm going to do final mixing and mastering when all the songs are done. But yeah, that's pretty close. I am surprised though that I'm having to pull so much high out. I mean, I guess it's because there's no cymbals in this song, so it's basically sibilance from my voice, and then sizzle from like lo-fi on the guitars and a couple of the synths. But other than that, there's not that like really, really, really high crispiness of cymbals in this one, except for the fake cymbal at the end. But anyway, that's super interesting. I usually don't have to pull so many highs out. Usually I'm tamping highs down at the end of it, but hey, that's how it goes sometimes. All right. Beginning V1, blah, 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 blah. Yes, overwrite. Yeah. Yeah, little things, you know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if we can't get demoitis about this one, you know. That's typically what happens. Demoitis is where you hear something so many times that ends up sounding like it's the right thing. Because there's a couple things in there where I'm like, yeah, okay, that might make it. There's a couple things that I might change at the end, but overall, we're in good shape. Okay, so what I want to do now is close this thing. Well, first of all, let's save it. Yikes. Well, I mean, we'll just, oh, that's right. It was FM8 and it was because of the latency. That's right. I don't need to feel bad about that. It's fine. Everything's fine. I can open this session now because everything's fine. Okay, cool. So what I want to do is bring it in and let's listen to the whole thing so far. Let's listen to the whole thing so far. And so this is the 2021 album. So there's the first one. And then Something to Feel. It's right there. And then the new one, Beginning. All right. And then let's get that going there. Let's get that to snap right up against the end of there. And like, let's get that right there. Turn the grid off. Right up against it. Yes. Nice. You know, actually, now that I'm thinking about this, let's see. Check. All right, and then I'm going to go to this session. I'm going to save this as a track. Save track as track template. First 3 songs. Include track items. Save. It's kind of funny. I just put like 200 more megabytes in the template folder. Oh, well. Oh, well. First 3 songs. Nice. There it is. All right. And when we do listening, it's we are legally obligated to go to WT. No, not class. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh. There we go. I'm just kidding. We're not legally obligated. I'm just joking. But I do want to listen to it on a nicer console. That other one is my mixing console. This is my listening console. This makes me feel warm and fuzzy when I listen to tracks with this thing. Yes. Yes. Nice. There it is. There it is. This thing's look super fat and limited. There we go. All right, here we go. Let's see what this thing's all about, eh? Hey, Zerazzle, thanks again for the raid. Appreciate it. We were right in the middle of rendering, so couldn't say anything. But here we are. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Hope you had a great stream. Welcome, everybody coming by with the raid.
God, I wonder if it's love or hate. God, I wonder if it's all the same. And they used to try to run in the shade of a dying sun. Drowning in mine don't seem so strange. Walk in the dark in the pouring rain. Dying to see it can drive you mad. Something to feel and it ain't so bad. I won't give up, 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 I won't give up.
Yeah, that's all right. No, I'm stoked. I'm super stoked. What was that? I heard something. Oh my god. Is that a 5 spot coming in from Lindy? Lindy Cast Music. Thanks for the drop of the dono on the jam. Much appreciated indeed. Much appreciated indeed. Indeed. So, well, all right. Nice. Well, this is interesting. I'm super liking what this is turning into. It's different. Different for sure. I'm on the wrong thing. I'm on the wrong computer. Oh my God. So, yeah, let me see. We get that thing there with the thing and the deal and stuff and if I do this real quick. Gotta do the thing with the deal. No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. It's this one. Is this one? Hey, there it is. All right, just 1 second. Let me get this available for you if you want it. Back to Kamala 5 Orange. Yes, there we are. Indeed. I'm afraid. I haven't listened to that in a few days. What am I doing? I'm doing this. I need to make a new folder for all these. I will at some point. This is so bright. There it is. Nice. All right. Now, there it is. There you go. If you want to download it, you can do so by clicking that link. And stuff. Prodigal Chicken, what's going on? Thank you, Rollins. Appreciate it. Hey, Socks, what's going on? How's it going? Let's see here. So, yes. Yes. So I'm going to take off tomorrow and Tuesday, we begin song 4. Kind of undecided on sort of the next direction. I mean, that's how it always goes. Oh, I love the end. Look at the end. Oh, that's awesome. This is strangely unique, though. This is strangely becoming unique, and I kind of like it. So I think I might just kind of maybe feel it out on Tuesday and see how it goes. You know, also Tuesday will be like kind of like a freebie, because if it gets weird, then I do have 2 songs in backup that can come on anytime. And we'll have to see how that goes. I might end up not using either of them, but I think there's 2. Yeah, I think there's 2 songs. So if it's kind of like lifelines, you know? It's like I got those in the back pocket. If stuff gets weird one of these weeks, I don't want to use them too early, you know? It's like I want to try to, I guess that's kind of where I am at. That's where I'm at. I'm in a place where I want to continue trying to further on what's happening here. Because I was thinking at first like the third song wouldn't be the third song, but now that I've heard them all together, I'm like, yeah, I mean, that sounds like it flows pretty fine. I'm okay with that. So I'm going to try to start something fresh. And if in the event of the next few weeks we run into a hitch where I just feel like it's not really going anywhere, then we can pull out one of those other songs and kind of have a freebie week to be able to just finish one, because one of them's pretty much done and the other one's mostly done. So we've got those in the back pocket if need be. But I really enjoy, I mean, Hype and Home were kind of amalgams. Is that what you would say? They were combinations of different songs from different times, but I like the method of like Circles and Hope, where it's like they're all very much a cohesive kind of group of songs. Fine is just an anomaly in itself. It was kind of a crazy way I made that record, but yeah, this feels good. I like the vibes going on here. It's like a weird sort of like electronic prog rock or something. Electronic and prog or something. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know. But keep getting unexpected air when trying to donate. Well, it's the thought that counts. Oh, that Utopia song. I'd have to bring that out and even listen to it to even hear what's going on. But yeah, that was one of those that I'm afraid that one's kind of, it's going to be, what's the word? Relegated to the wings of Scene of Action history. Sheesh. I'm dropping some bits on the jam. I don't even know where my folders are. This is so crazy. $100 bits on the jam. Sheesh. On behalf of Scene of Action, we want to thank you so much for dropping the bits on the jam. And although you may have destroyed the sidewalk today, we do want to assure you we're about. Much appreciated indeed. Thank you, Sheesh. Appreciate it. Sheesh. Right? Yes. What's up, Hunter? How's it going? Oh my God. Well, if all else fails, I guess you could just drop a sub bomb. Holy moly. Holy moly. How many was that? 7. Cam! Joey Glad! Oh, hold on. My stuff's all... Actually, nope. I gotta change my thing here real quick. I still have my folder open where I posted that song for you guys here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I see it. Hey. Tanner Milne. Katama Beach. Nights 80. Nacht Euro. You know, once in a lifetime, the opportunity to subscribe for the first time comes around. Well, Joey Glad is just taking that opportunity for you. Subscribers power the channel, and you are all now doing that. Come, Joey Glad! Jules 64, your second month seal's just been destroyed. Come, Joey Glad! Bird Life, half of a rotation for you. Come, Joey Glad! And Hand-Drawn Nerd, tell us the name. The child. Subscribers power the channel, and you have continued to do that for 9 months. Come, Joey Glad! Joey Glad, thank you very much. Dropping a 7 subscriber unit. Let's go. Much appreciated indeed. Hey, by the way, Joey, I see what you did there. Thanks. Computer, it's giveaway time. Hey! Joey Glad just put us over the edge for a giveaway. We're doing a compact disc giveaway, to be exact. If you went in on it, type 10 into the chat. No caps, no spaces, no letters, just the numerals 1 and 0 coming together to form the number 10 in honor of us hitting 10 subscribers on a day. If you win, you'll be able to choose from Circles, Hype, Home, Hope, High, Fire, Album, Unknown, Fine, or Piano Feels Volume 2 or 3. It'll be signed. It'll be shipped anywhere in the world where you are. You do have to play if you want to win. You got to be here if you want to play. That's 2 for 2. So I hope you're ready, because it's time. Computer award.
Scene of Action presents, in association with Fields Productions and others and stuff, things like this and stuff. It's the Never Be Afraid! And it goes to... It's not rigged!
Congratulations to Bird Life! You just won yourself a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. Hey, you can't win if you don't play. You can't play if you're not here. So thanks for being here, Bird Life, and congratulations on winning a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. Go ahead and click the link I just sent you, and the rest will be taken care of. And thank you again to Joey Glad dropping the subscription giftage bundle put us over the edge for that giveaway. Much appreciated indeed. I was going to say Bird Life, that CD will go out, if you fill out the form now, it'll go out tomorrow with all the other CDs. I got a ton going out tomorrow. So it'll be going out there. Perfect timing there. Hey, thank you everybody very much for the support. The reason so many CDs are going out tomorrow is because y'all. Thank you very, very much for that. See, I'm going to take tomorrow off. Monday's my day off, but I will be back on Tuesday night around 9 p.m. Pacific. And we will be starting song number 4. Song number 4. 3 weeks down, 3 songs down. Song number 4 begins on Tuesday. Holy moly. Is it happening? Is it happening? I think it's happening. Wow. Look at that. Well, you all have a fantastic rest of your evening, your morning, your day, your afternoon, whatever it happens to be, wherever you happen to be. Let's see who's doing the thing with the deal on the Twitchiverse here. Following it. That's right, 12 weeks total if we stay on track. I mean, that's pretty awesome. That's pretty sweet. Just gotta keep rolling, We'll make it happen. It's the journey of continuation and pushing forward. At all times, pushing forward. Things in the deals. Hey, let's go see what Lemon's doing. Looks like she's playing some tunes. This fine Sunday evening. Lemon a Go-Go, fine musician here on the Twitchiverse. Get the rate thing going here with the deal. Oh, and by the way, if you are subscribed, definitely go to the Discord because, well, I mean, you don't have to, but if you want to and you didn't get the song, it will be there posted shortly. And stuff. And of course, there's everybody hanging out. If you want to come hang out on the Discord. Otherwise, you can always go to the Bandcamp or search for Scene of Action on your favorite digital distributors. We also have the YouTube deal. It's working. Good. Good. Hey, have a great day, night, afternoon, evening, morning, mid, day, whatever it is, wherever you are. Whatever you're doing today, whatever's happening, whatever's going on, always remember to never be afraid. See you there, everybody.